Hello.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't with that. That ain't my fucking friend. I'm not old girl. But I was never funny towards them, so I don't give a. Never got online talking about how she had a fat face or anything, like when she didn't have this shit. But like I was never being funny towards no bitch. Probably one bitch. But you just had me up. That's all it was. I was mad. You were the problem. I solved it. You know why? You literally pulled up on me in the back of the Maybach. What are you talking about? Impulsive decisions.
Good evening.
You're making it seem like I did some bad shit. Okay. I never did that.
Good evening.
They make me get on here and do this, chat. I didn't even want to be like this. Like, I wouldn't even call them Bobby and Whitney for real. I don't even know what you call them. Skid and row. I don't know.
Skid and row.
Like, that's skid and that's row. That's chicken and that's noodle. Like, something is not clicking, Steven. Like, I don't understand. Somebody did not. Timu, Bobby, and Whitney. Absolutely. Ruthless and toothless. Yes. You already know. I haven't said nothing about these people. I told that man, come pull up right now. I bet you he would. They make me get on here and do this, chat. I didn't even want to be like this. Like,
I'm in my jams. So Blueface and Krishan are, I guess, back together. I don't even know. He got a 9-month pregnant girlfriend at home. I don't even have any words to say about that. Let's listen to what's going on with Queen Appiop.
Beautiful child.
Thank you.
So yeah, do you need help?
Yes, I do.
Do you not have a living situation?
No.
Okay, so what state are you in?
Philly.
Okay, so what we could do is we could figure out like some housings that offer for you're a single mother.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm not gonna lie. You really pissing me off. The fact that your life is going good right now. And I'm not even trying to be no hating shit, but I can't.
What? You want me to give you my money?
I mean, did you call to give me resources that I already could find if I dial 211?
No, so I did go to school for social work, and I can get you help as far as for food, for somewhere to stay. Like I can help you.
You in my face with a fucking Cuban link on.
It's fake.
It's fake.
But you see, the difference is I work for what I get. So you're not going to try to manipulate me, make me feel bad for what I got, because I don't owe you anything. But I can help you get resources to help your situation. That's nice enough for me to do.
Come. I didn't say
the same 24 hours I got, you got. You understand that?
Listen to me, right?
She
Their shit, I work for mine.
So I'm gonna let you go ahead. I feel like you've been waiting to say this. So go ahead, get the rest out.
No, you just said you pissing me off because I'm asking you if you need help and resources. I'm taking my time out of my day. I could go make money right now. Instead, I stop to pause and say, okay, what's the issue? I can help.
Go make it.
I will.
But I wasn't always in this situation either. I would what are we talking about?
Yeah, but it's probably because your nasty attitude. Little girl, last time I encountered you, you had a nasty ass attitude. I didn't do shit to you.
Well, listen, because the last time you encountered me, you was on live with somebody that was talking about my retarded.
And that had nothing to do with me.
So
I wasn't saying that.
You kept telling me to drop and I didn't know how to drop. But what I'm saying is, if you had all this pent up, why even?
I don't have nothing pent up. You just said I'm pissing you off.
You definitely got to pent up. Because you can't wait to get what you just said.
So do you need help or not? Do you need help?
You lucky this took time. Have a nice day.
No, do you need help? You want some money? That's what you want?
Yes, I do.
How much money you need?
Enough for a week at the hotel.
What kind of hotels you stay at?
It could be the Motel 6.
So what's that? What's that? Well, you said you in Philly. Let me see.
Because I know he's playing, y'all. He's literally playing. Like, this ain't my real life. He playing. Go ahead, type it up on the calculator and play. He's playing.
What hotels be in Philly?
He came over here to troll me because the last time I met him, I had a nasty attitude.
Girl, what hotels is in Philly?
In my face. that I'm in my situation. He's rubbing it in my face. And that's just what he's
What
doing.
hotels are in Philly?
That's like asking how many alphabets is in the motherfucking alphabet. It's a lot of hotels.
Let me tell you something. I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy.
She needs
I've
to
never
be
been
more
Philly a day in my
respectful.
life. So I don't know if y'all got Comfort Inns. I don't know if y'all got like La Quintas. What fucking hotels are in Philly? Do you want the hotel or not? Because I could go. I'm trying to help you. I could go.
She is ungrateful.
And bless somebody else that may be more appreciative. I didn't put you in your position. So don't place your anger out on me. I'm trying to help you. So it's either you take the help humbly or you go beg the next bitch to help you.
I'm not going to beg you to help.
I'm not asking you to beg. I'm asking you for a fucking hotel name.
Need help taking your stuff around?
Yes, I do. Maj, thank
What the fuck is wrong with her?
Hey.
you. Do you know her?
Ah!
Hi.
How messy Maj get there?
Cause they needed help. I felt bad.
I was just gonna give the girl her mouth so slick.
Huh?
I was just gonna pay for her hotel and her mouth is slick. What's wrong with her?
She always got a little smart mouth. But
I'm trying to tell her what's a hotel? Y'all got Comfort Inns out there?
Yeah, we do.
I'm talking to Maj now.
Summer.
Alright, if you're still here, you guys, make sure you hit that like button, you guys. Now, y'all see how the conversation started going so far, but did you see how UK, attitude did change once he saw Marge step into the picture? Did you guys notice that?
Maj, I could send you the money so you could get her a hotel?
yeah, but I'm gonna have to send it to her because I don't have my credit card and stuff.
But I would show you.
Girl, stop talking to me.
You know what?
I'm gonna be with her, so if you get it, it'll go to it.
Okay.
Come on, you remember that?
What's your cash app?
You gotta go to the first step. You got it.
Oh wait, no. Maj, you got Zelle?
Don't bend down. Please don't bend down right there. Please. No, Mike, I'm so different. I'll be please. No, for real. Don't bend down. I get it, for real. I get it.
And this her booster seat, right?
Yeah.
Maj,
Yeah.
you could give me, yo, Zelle?
All right, I'm gonna text it to you on Instagram.
Okay.
What else gotta go to? You got anything else?
My back hurts already, girl.
You want to
I started working on this last night, so now I'm trying to catch up and finish it. Ooh, my hair is effed up. I know y'all don't care about that. Jesus loves me. Louis Bouton said he apologized for his comment. Oh, thank you. Bae, how are you doing? How is your day going? I really like this colorway. Oh, my back. It was good. I tried to go to Costco really early, like before work, to get gas. And I did, but there was still a line, and some guy called me an asshole. And I wanted to punch him in the face because there was no reason for him to call me an asshole. There was 3 lines, and I pulled up, and he, I guess, wanted to go where I was going, but he was in the other line. You don't get to jump lines. And then I looked at him, I'm like, why? He beeped at me, and I'm like, why are you beeping? And then he's like, you're a fucking asshole. And I was like, okay. Meanwhile, he got his gas and left before I left. Like, he got his gas long before I did. His wife looked mortified, so I just was like, whatever, dude. That's Staten Island for you. They're just very entitled here. And They think that only they matter, only they're important. Their rush, where they have to go, is the most important thing. How dare I think that I matter? Because he is infinitely more important than I could ever dream to be. But yeah, that's the entitlement of Staten Island. Oh, I forgot. I'm sculpting. You guys would probably want to see this. I pushed the camera back. I hope that it's better now. I'm not really comfy, but I'm in a good mood. My back has been really hurting me lately. And there's like no relief whatsoever. I don't want to lay down. Then I'm just going to be laying down all day long. Well, I can't lay down all day long, but maybe if I sit back. Sitting back definitely helps. I'm gonna smoke in a minute. I think that'll help. I'm also really nauseous, which I don't know why that is. Try jumping up and down. I don't think jumping up and down is going to help, but thank you for the suggestion. I think Picogram's Instagram got hacked because he was messaging me last night or something, and it was like some screenshot about Elon Musk, and then I went to go respond and it said the account is disabled, so.
Like, I wouldn't even call him.
Do you guys want to listen to we'll listen to some true crime?
Following the horrifying evidence presented throughout the preliminary hearing in the case against David Anthony Burke, a Los Angeles judge
trying to cover my
ruled
boobs.
that there was enough evidence to proceed to trial. If he's found guilty of taking the life of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, David possibly faces the death penalty. And throughout the 5-day preliminary hearing, prosecutors presented detailed testimony and evidence, including text messages between David and Celeste herself, as well as records of purchases that prosecutors believe may have been connected in an effort to conceal the murder. But even with all this evidence being presented, the world still has more questions than answers. And in the days since the hearing concluded, more new horrifying details continue to emerge. So we'll review it all and understand if David may truly face the death penalty. I think what's first most important to understand is how David's defense team will attempt to poke holes in the prosecution's case. David has pleaded not guilty, And that doesn't mean that his defense team has to prove that he did not take Celeste's life. Instead, they must show a jury that there is not enough evidence to concretely say that David did take her life. And even though we know, based off the hundreds of text messages between David and Celeste, that they were engaged in some sort of relationship, the key question which will determine David's fate is whether or not he truly took that child's life.
In my legal opinion, the prosecution has a lot. If they're trying to prove that David had an illegal sexual relationship with a minor over a period of time, when LAPD detective Corey Farrell was on the stand, he went through all of these alleged sexually explicit photos reportedly on David's phone. I'm not even going to get too specific on this, but basically, it was alleged these were images of the singer engaging in sex acts with Celeste. Naked photos, text messages about Plan B, pregnancy, an abortion, sexual positions, the relationship, emergency contraception. And Farrell says the dates of these conversations with sexual references began all the way back in November of 2023 and continued until March of 2025. Just to give you an example of what I'm talking about, David's phone at one point purportedly texted, because, you know, I can't say definitively that David was saying this, right? It's David's phone. Maybe the defense would suggest that somebody else was using it. Maybe tough to argue. David's phone apparently sends a message to Celeste's phone, and it's basically a message asking if it's his. So you would basically make the argument that you're talking about a baby. Celeste's phone responds, "Of course it's yours, David." And to be clear about what a defense could be, and this came out during the preliminary hearing, where Deputy DA Beth Silverman, the prosecutor in this case, made the point that even if Celeste had lied to David about her age, it doesn't matter. It doesn't absolve him of criminal liability. That is still sexual abuse of a child.
This is what makes the case so haunting, in that regardless of whether David is proven guilty or innocent on the dismemberment and murder charges, one thing is for certain based off the evidence that prosecutors presented, and that is that David had a highly inappropriate relationship with this child. But when it comes to the charges related to the dismemberment and unlawful mutilation of human remains, throughout the preliminary hearing, detectives had testified that chainsaws, a mop system, cadaver bags, and a blue inflatable pool were all supposedly ordered to David's home under a fake name just days after Celeste passed away. A DNA expert had also testified that evidence from what looked like bloodstains in the home's garage matched DNA consistent with Celeste. A criminologist also testified about mats at David's place that had straight-line cuts and stains that tested positive for possible blood. There was evidence of an alleged trash bag containing stained wipes. There was a blue inflatable pool that allegedly had cuts.
Oh, I totally forgot. I gotta make that. I gotta figure out how to do that.
Remains that were said to match the
I have to figure out how to make a leopard print crucifix. But I got you.
Was later found at his place. David's Tesla, where Celeste's remains were discovered, reportedly had 11 air fresheners inside of it. Testing had also found possible blood in that Tesla. We also know that on the night that Celeste's life was believed to be taken, on April 23rd, 2025, into the morning of April 24th, there was testimony that digital data allegedly showed that the Tesla that David owned, that Celeste's body was found in, actually traveled to Santa Barbara, and Celeste's passport card was reportedly found in Santa Barbara County. I say all this to say, there's tons of evidence that prosecutors have already presented that challenge the idea that David is not guilty in this case. But how exactly does David's team plan to poke holes in all the evidence that'll be presented at trial? The first problem is the fact that there is a heavy lack of witnesses and surveillance on the night that prosecutors actually believe Celeste had lost her life. We do know that there were alleged text messages between David and Celeste on that night, where David had allegedly ordered Celeste an Uber to his house. She snuck out of hers. She made it to David's house at around 10 p.m., and he texted her that the gate is open. But after that, he started texting her phone around 30 minutes later, asking where she was, if she made it there safely. And Celeste's phone was never active again. But surely a mansion in the Hollywood Hills would have some surveillance cameras. The Uber driver that drove Celeste to David's home might remember if she even made it there alive. You would think with the insane amount of evidence they have against David that surely there'd be some inkling of proof or footage of Celeste's whereabouts on that night. Well, there isn't. And that's
Yeah,
what
I talk
David's
a lot
team
on
might
stream.
use to their advantage.
What do you want to
Detective
talk
Farrell
about?
confirms that there was no surveillance video of Celeste or David at the residence that night. There was no presentation of witnesses seeing Celeste enter that home on Doheny Place. And while the prosecution asserts that David arranged for an Uber to pick Celeste up that night to take her to his place, and reportedly there was a text conversation about that, including texts about the address, the Uber's arrival, the gate door being unlocked, apparently the Uber driver could not definitively say that he dropped Celeste off at this house. Detective Farrell testified that nobody saw Celeste get out of the Uber that night. No one testified, as of yet, that they saw the killing or watched Celeste die. There were no witnesses called regarding that specific 20-minute or so period of time, that window at night when prosecutors believe Celeste was murdered after allegedly arriving at David's place. Now, what could the prosecution do? They could couple the text message exchange between Celeste and David with location data on the phone, potentially map it to the purchase of items from David afterwards, or allegedly from David afterwards, and use the allegation that there is no more activity from Celeste's phone to put out a timeline of when she allegedly arrived and when she was allegedly killed. That's how they even get to that 20-minute window. And yes, cases can be brought and won on circumstantial evidence alone. You and I both know that. You don't always need direct evidence like surveillance footage. Or
I'm going to talk in a minute while I
and that
smoke.
brings us to another important point.
My back is
Assuming
bothering
she
me.
goes into the house, what happened? How do you know it was first-degree murder with special circumstances? Neither Detective Farrell nor the deputy medical examiner
Honestly,
could
I don't think that he's going to get convicted of the murder. And I'm going to tell you why. There's nothing that links him to the murder, like definitively. I do think that he will, obviously he's guilty of the sex crimes and everything, but I don't think that they're going to get him on that murder. I don't know. I mean, the dismemberment of the body and everything, probably. But I don't know, because the murder is a hard thing to prove. He's such a demon. It's sad to me because as a female, like, I know what it's like to like date, like be that young and think that, oh, I'm dating this older guy and he likes me so much because I'm just so cool and blah. No, he's into you because you're younger than him and you're easy for him to manipulate and control. As I got older, I realized there's something wrong that people, you know, these guys' own ages, women their own age doesn't want to deal with them. Red flag. Bae, did you see that situation with Jeffree Star dating that young guy that James Charles tried to talk to when he was a minor? I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it. That situation was gross and predatory, in my opinion. My thing is, it's not like, it's less about adult and child and things like that. I mean, obviously that's it. But the reason why an adult getting with a child is wrong is because there's a power imbalance. Okay? That's what makes it predatory. The adult has some level of authority over the child just because they're older. And it's the same thing with age gap relationships. It's predatory because you're not on the same life level. the older person has way more life experience and just experience overall. There was like this show with like these ladies, like I call them ladies very loosely, and they were like dating their son's friends. Like, that's disgusting. That's predatory as heck. Jeffree Star is, him getting with that young guy is predatory. Jeffree Star is like 41, 42 years old, and this kid is like 20. Like, what is even, ew. You don't even have anything in common. But I always had an issue with Jeffree Star because he would brag about how he doesn't get with straight guys. And I just always thought that that was an odd thing to say. Excuse me.
Alexander Dean was a 24-year-old aspiring bodybuilder living in Belgium who spent nearly 2 years documenting his fitness journey on YouTube. His channel was small, with most videos only reaching a few hundred views, but the goal behind it was clear. Alex wanted to build a career around bodybuilding. So, like many fitness creators, he uploaded workout routines, training sessions, physique updates, and dieting content. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about him or his channel. There were no public controversies or viral moments, and nothing to suggest it would one day become connected to one of Belgium's most disturbing criminal cases. One upload, however, stood out from the rest. In a video titled Alex Dean Rant, Daily Thoughts, Future, uploaded on July 20th, 2017, he discussed his plans for the future. In it, he discussed his life ahead, mentioning that his plan A was bodybuilding, but he also had a plan B, which, in his words, didn't look pretty.
So yeah, right now I'm just not sure what to do with everything, you know? Like, normally I would not have a plan B. This is my plan A. You know, the store and everything and bodybuilding. But you always gotta have plan B. But my plan B does not look pretty. So
a few users noticed him to be unusually down and expressed support in the comments. But after that exchange, the channel carried on as usual. Alex uploaded 2 new videos the very next day. However, this was followed by silence. At the time, there was little to no reason for anyone to think something was wrong. Alex wasn't a full-time creator, and the channel had less than 200 subscribers, so taking a break was in no way unusual. Moreover, even some of the biggest creators sometimes disappear for weeks without ever explaining why. But what almost no one knew was that in the early hours of July 22nd, Alex had uploaded another video to YouTube separate from his usual training content. He was visibly distressed, talking about a girl he had recently broken up with, an 18-year-old named Mylis Descamps. The video has since been taken down, but at the time, sitting on a channel with a very small audience, it went virtually unnoticed. Alex and Mylis had been together for around a year and a half, but by the summer of 2017, their relationship had come to an end, and Alex struggled to accept the breakup. After several unsuccessful attempts to convince Mylis to come back, he began to spiral. He started following Mylis everywhere. He showed up at her workplace, lurked around her family's property, and confronted her at her neighbor's house. Mylis's parents reported all of this to police multiple times, including calls to emergency services. 2 investigations were opened into his behavior, but Alex was never once taken into custody. When Alex's attempts failed to move Mylis, his desperation turned into a dangerous obsession. On July 24th, 2017, Alex traveled to the home of a 39-year-old amateur photographer named Jeroen Verstra. Jeroen had taken suggestive photos of Mylis in the past, and Alexander had been unable to let it go. He later claimed he believed the photographer had physically harmed her, though the court would ultimately question whether that was true or whether the whole thing came down to jealousy. Alex broke into Jeroen's home and waited for him to return. When Jeroen arrived that evening, Alex ambushed him, held him captive for hours, and ultimately killed him. Jeroen's body was discovered the following morning by a colleague. By then, Alex had already fled the scene, leaving behind no evidence that could connect him to the murder. The next day, on July 25th, Milese came home to her family's house and noticed a shadow moving inside. She'd been through this enough times to know what it meant. She hid in the bushes outside and called her mother, who was away on a trip, and told her she was certain Alex had broken into the house again. Unable to get there herself, her mother asked Milese's grandparents, who lived nearby, to go to the house. When the three of them went inside, they found Alex already waiting. At gunpoint, he forced them to sit at the table before making a chilling declaration. "I did it yesterday, I'm doing it again today." Only later would investigators realize he was confessing to Jeroen's murder in real time. What followed was a tense, drawn-out conversation at the table. Milese's grandfather told him to leave his granddaughter alone and that no one needed to get hurt. Throughout this time, Milese's mother had been calling the house repeatedly. At one point, she reached the landline and Alex picked up. She told him the police were on their way. She also called a neighbor to check on the house, but Alex slammed the door in his face and the neighbor ran to call the police. Shortly after that call, Alex attacked. Unfortunately, by the time police arrived, Alex had already fled the scene, leaving behind
These
Milese
police stink
and her
in Belgium.
grandparents lifeless on the floor. A man who, just days earlier, had been known only to a handful of people as a small-time fitness YouTuber was now the most wanted suspect in one of Belgium's most disturbing criminal cases. A nationwide manhunt was launched, and the next day he was arrested at a supermarket. As the investigators pieced together the previous 2 days, it became increasingly clear that Alex had been planning this depraved crime for several days. In a text conversation with a friend sent before the murders, he had written that he was about to do the dumbest thing he'd ever done, and described ending Milese's life as a way of protecting her, saying he'd rather protect her forever by hurting her once. Looking back, his sudden disappearance from his YouTube channel wasn't a break. It was the point where his obsession and insanity, which he hinted at in Plan B, moved off camera and into real life. In May 2022, nearly 5 years after the murders, a Belgian jury found Alexander Dean guilty of murdering Jeroen Verstra, Milese de Camp, and her grandparents. He was sentenced to life in prison. Yet, his YouTube channel was never taken down, and to this date, his videos are available online as an unsettling record of a young man's descent from ambition into obsession, with one upload where he publicly confessed his intentions days before committing the horrific crimes.
Okay, I need to smoke because my back is killing me.
On February 20th, 2019,
I gotta
a
put
teenager
socks
from
on, my feet are
Uckfield in
cold.
England named Mark Williams made a YouTube channel to document his love for parkour and urban exploration. Although the channel started as Rooftop Legends, then changed to RoofTube, Mark eventually settled on the name Displace. In his initial videos, Mark was accompanied by his younger brother as they visited different sites in the area. And even from those first uploads, two things are immediately clear. One was that this wasn't a harmless hobby. Whether he was scaling rooftops or being chased off by security guards, every upload showed that what Mark was doing carried real risk.
Yeah, she must be calling the police. Straight up there, run! No! Oh, wait.
The other was that Mark genuinely loved what he was doing. The effort he put into filming, editing, and documenting each adventure made it obvious that this was something he was deeply passionate about. But Mark was also a teenager who wanted more than anything to find people he could fit in with. Years later, his mother would describe him as someone who craved friendship and was far too trusting of the people around him. This detail would eventually become one of the most heartbreaking parts of his story. When his younger brother gradually stepped away from the channel, Mark's uploads grew inconsistent, and slowly his regular posting schedule fell apart.
Right, like here in the middle of my back, right here.
2020,
That's
Mark
what hurts.
uploaded a
It feels
video
like I'm being
titled
stabbed.
"This Place is Returning," explaining that he bought an action cam to film properly and was committing to a regular schedule
Hey,
again.
should I do this with a star or a
I
heart?
want to see if this place is coming back. I'm getting a new action cam.
What up, Lee? Haha.
I'm getting a new action cam, and I'm going to hit some serious videos. Not like the ones I used to before me, proper ones. I'm just getting myself back in shape again. Especially during the night as well, when you see me up here.
He also mentioned that the reason he'd been away was that he'd applied to become a police community support officer and had been rejected.
Sorry about the long time. I applied to be a PCSO for some reason and I got rejected. So now, you know, I'm coming back full on. Properly coming back. Right.
True to his word, Mark started posting consistently, at times sometimes posting 4 or 5 videos a week. As the channel gained some momentum and built a small audience, some viewers started watching him regularly and even wrote in to suggest where he should explore next. Among those admirers was 19-year-old Lewis Ashdown. Lewis shared Mark's love of parkour and filming and commented under one of Mark's videos that he was from the same area and would love to meet up and film together sometime. That day came on the 9th of December 2020, when Mark posted a video exploring Uckfield's water treatment plan, joined for the first time by Lewis.
Hi guys, I'm back here with Lewis, and we're going to do the water treatment facility in Uckfield on the industrial estate.
The two got along immediately, and from that point on, Lewis became a regular in Mark's videos. But not long after, Mark took another break from the channel. He explained why in a live stream, saying he was feeling discouraged.
I am not sure where my channel is going to go. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing these videos. I don't know if I'm going to be doing different videos, or whether I'm going to stop completely.
Actually, I do have an OnlyFans, but I don't post on there.
I've been trying to get my SIA license over the past couple of weeks, and I can't really.
I would post about like my weight loss. That's about it.
But I'm not sure at the moment. I need to talk with Lewis some more, work something out.
However, during this stream, Lewis joined under the username AdmiralUnknown1499 and started pushing Mark to keep going, throwing out ideas for future videos and suggesting new spots to film. Upon seeing these comments, Mark visibly lit up and started talking about what they were going to film together. Over the next month, Mark uploaded 2 more videos, walking around more abandoned sites with Lewis and laughing together. What Mark didn't know at the time was that these 2 clips would be the last he'd ever film. On May 29th, 2021, he had planned to meet up with Lewis to discuss a few ideas for the future. But when he found out that Mark had brought his younger brother along, Lewis said he didn't feel comfortable and didn't show up. He later convinced Mark to meet him alone in a different area. The two ended up drinking together, and even though Mark rarely drank, Lewis kept pushing him to have more. At 11:30 p.m., Mark called his aunt to say he was on his way home. She could hear Lewis in the background, telling her he'd make sure Mark got back safe. But Mark never made it home. And when several hours passed with no word from either of them, their families reported them both missing. For a small town like Uckfield, 2 people vanishing at the same time was almost unheard of. The first assumption was that they'd gone exploring somewhere dangerous and gotten hurt. Being what they were into, it wasn't hard to imagine them climbing something they shouldn't have. Or maybe they just had too much to drink in the woods and couldn't find their way back. But when investigators went to Lewis's house, they found bloodied clothing stuffed inside a wardrobe. Forensics confirmed the blood was Mark's. This instantly turned the missing person case into a potential murder investigation. Lewis was eventually found at a friend's house. That same friend told the officers that Lewis had already confessed to him about taking Mark's life. In the days after the attack, Lewis turned up drunk and admitted he had done something terrible. He then pulled out his phone and played a series of clips he'd filmed while committing the gruesome act. Officers recovered a total of 7 clips from Lewis's phone. They were filmed over roughly an hour and were so disturbing that the court later ruled the footage too harrowing to be shown. But that left everyone with a single question. Why did Lewis decide to take his friend's life? The easiest explanation was that the night just went wrong. Mark almost never drank, and he'd spent hours in the woods getting heavily intoxicated with someone he trusted. And considering how easily alcohol can turn an ordinary evening between 2 young men into something ugly, it's not hard to imagine how a simple argument or a shove could have escalated into real violence before it spiraled out of control. But the issue with this theory is that Lewis had specifically made sure Mark met him alone, which made the attack look less like a sudden drunken argument and more like something he may have been planning for some time. There was also the question of jealousy. Over the previous months, Lewis had worked his way from a stranger in the comments to a regular in nearly every video Mark made. But it was always Mark's name on the channel, Mark's audience, and Mark that people were watching for. So it doesn't take a lot of thinking to imagine resentment festering beneath that on-camera friendship. Both these theories were reasonable to some extent, and both, at the very least, gave the killing something that resembled a reason. But both turned out to be wrong, because Lewis later told people that Mark, quote, annoyed him and deserved to be killed. He said he felt good doing it and didn't want to stop. The judge who sentenced him said we may never fully understand why he did it. Lewis pleaded guilty to murder in 2021 and was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 27 years. At sentencing, Mark's mother told the court that all her son ever wanted was a friend, and that he was too trusting of the people around him. That trust is what cost him his life. To this day, his channel is exactly as he left it. And all the videos with Lewis still show the same sense of friendship.
That sucks.
Only now, viewers know what Lewis's intentions had been the whole time.
Damn, that
In
makes
April
me never want to meet
2013,
people off the internet
31-year-old
ever.
Jared Miller created a YouTube channel to keep what was essentially a digital diary. Most of the uploads were of Jared filming his two cats, Leonardo and Oreo, as they played with each other.
Look at them.
Leonardo
They're
and
so
Oreo.
cute. You guys are so cute. What you doing?
But the longer you watch, the more you realize something is seriously wrong with this channel.
I'm not here
Because
to,
in
I mean,
between these
I would
cat
like to make
videos,
money,
Jared would
but
suddenly
I'm
drift
not
into
here to
long
get rich.
and
I'm
at
just
times
here to
disturbing rants about the government.
talk
For
about
example, in a video
positive
titled
things
Oreo,
and
Leonardo, and
hang out with
Drones, he
people
randomly
and
started
make
talking about a
crosses
conspiracy
and
theory
talk about
magazine and how the
Jesus.
government was spying on people.
Right?
Yeah,
Check
babe.
this out. This is quite disturbing. This is drones. Are they watching you? This is a whole magazine on drones. Whole magazine about it. No ads. All about drones. So are they watching you? Probably. I mean, they're already wiretapping your phones, watching your Facebook and everything. And they're probably watching this video of me right now. I don't care. Congrats.
At the time, Jared already had a long history of feeling trapped by authority. He had been arrested repeatedly over the years, with charges connected to guns, drugs, and assault. By the time he was posting these videos, he was on house arrest for selling illegal substances, confined inside his apartment with nowhere to go. And this apartment happened to sit directly across from the county courthouse, which became a strange fixation for him.
Here's my front window here. I'm gonna look out my front window. And you look a little closer. There you go, right in the middle of
Hi,
that frame.
Malice. How are you?
That is
My back
the
feels better when I sit back.
courthouse. It's a beautiful building, even though it is a monument to authoritarianism. You gotta go get your marriage license. You gotta go get gun permits. Whatever it is, you have to go down to that big stone structure monument to tyranny and submit, crawling and groveling on your hands and knees. Oh, give me permission to do this. Give me permission to do that.
To any viewer randomly finding this video back in 2013, it may have sounded like just another obscure anti-government rambling buried somewhere on YouTube. But when you watch these uploads together, they start to feel like a record of Jared's thoughts tightening around him. In July 2013, he posted a series of videos of him speaking directly to his wife, Amanda Miller, while also crying about how much he missed her as he served his time. But even in that emotional state, his obsession found its way back in, as he blamed the misery in his life on what he called the New World Order. Once his sentence was over, Jared and Amanda left their home in Indiana and headed west in early 2014. They first settled in Las Vegas, where they tried to make money by dressing as characters for tourists. Amanda performed as Harley Quinn, while Jared often dressed up as the Joker. Jared would also use the same Joker costume to make more videos for his YouTube channel.
I'm the Joker, and I'm running for president because year after year I've watched you Americans.
In the video, Jared pretended to run for president, promising his viewers total and utter tyranny while treating the destruction of the country like a campaign platform.
You will know exactly what you get. Total and utter tyranny. I want to make everybody submit to one world order governance under my rule. Not these pathetic little puppets they got right now. No, seriously, just vote for me, America.
He grinned through the whole thing and called it tyranny on a madman scale, selling mass violence as if it were a joke his audience was in on. Though the video was meant to be satire, no one watching at the time realized it also foreshadowed the horrific things these beliefs would eventually push Jared to do. And in April of 2014, he finally found a place where those beliefs seemed to have a purpose. He and Amanda traveled to the Bundy Ranch standoff in Nevada, where armed protesters had gathered against the federal government over a long-running land dispute. For Jared, this looked like the beginning of the revolution he'd been waiting for. But even there, surrounded by armed anti-government protesters, Jared and Amanda stood out for the wrong reasons. Before long, they were asked to leave because their views were considered too radical, even by people who had already taken up arms against federal authority. So they returned to Las Vegas with nowhere left for their anger to go. By then, Jared had spent more than a year recording himself framing the government as an enemy and fantasizing about some sort of revolution. And on the morning of June 8th, 2014, they tried to force that fantasy into existence. Jared and Amanda put on tactical gear, filled duffel bags with weaponry, and walked into a Cece's Pizza on North Nellis Boulevard, where 2 Metro officers, Alan Beck and Igor Soldo, were eating lunch. At around 11:30 a.m., they passed the officer's table, turned back, and before they even had a chance to react, lost their lives. And to carry this revolution forward, the couple crossed the street to a nearby Walmart where they threatened people to leave. By it, a shopper named Joseph Wilcox moved toward Jared to try and stop him. Unfortunately, Joseph didn't realize Amanda was behind him, and she took his life before he could intervene. Minutes later, 2 teams of officers arrived at the scene and blocked all the exits. As they entered the building, Jared and Amanda would begin to fight back. However, they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered as the officers pushed them into a small corner. The standoff lasted almost 24 minutes before Jared lost his life. Amanda was also found to have suffered a similar fate. But even after all this, investigators still didn't fully understand what Jared and Amanda had been trying to achieve. That part only became clear when officers searched their apartment and found a detailed plan to ambush a courthouse, take it by force, and wreak havoc on the officials inside. And suddenly, Jared's old video about the courthouse outside his window felt less like a meaningless rant and more like a blueprint he'd been filming in plain sight. The tyranny he promised in Joker makeup as a joke turned out to be more real than anyone watching earlier could have imagined.
We don't, no glory to Tel Aviv.
The warning signs have been sitting on his YouTube channel for more than a year,
Glory
slowly
to
building
Jesus
toward a
Christ.
horrific tragedy that took 3 innocent lives.
Glory to Jesus Christ.
Mitchell Dang was a 25-year-old woman from Norcross, a quiet suburb just outside Atlanta, Georgia. She was born into a Vietnamese family
we heard
and
about
still
this
lived
one
at
last
home with
night.
her parents and 2 sisters. After finishing high school, Mitchell worked several different jobs before eventually becoming a lash technician at a local boutique. Outside of work, she also had a small self-titled YouTube channel, which would end up being watched for the most unsettling reasons. Most of her videos were about makeup, online shopping, vacations, and occasionally vlogs from her everyday life. It was just Mitchell documenting small pieces of her life and sharing it with her small audience. So, on Saturday, August 26, 2023, when she posted a vlog about getting ready for a concert at Alley Cat Atlanta, there was nothing about it that seemed out of the ordinary.
Shirt, and then I'm wearing a black mini skirt. I'm just going to go and dance my heart away.
She was showing off her outfit and looking forward to having a good time. But unfortunately, this wouldn't be the case. After having dinner with her family, she left home and drove into downtown Atlanta, only to never come back home. At first, when she hadn't returned by the next morning, her family wasn't particularly worried. She was 25 years old, it was a Sunday, and crashing at a friend's place after a late night out wasn't unusual for her. But when Monday came and went with no word, her family started fearing the worst. And a couple of days later, that fear was answered by a police visit. Because on Wednesday morning, someone else had found Mitchell first. At around 7 a.m. on Wednesday, August 30th, a parking attendant was cleaning a downtown garage when he noticed a foul smell drifting through the structure. He followed it toward one of the stairwells, and hidden deep beneath the stairs, he found the remains of a young woman. He called the police immediately, but it was difficult to identify her right away. The only thing they had to work with was a small detail on her right wrist, a wristband from Alley Cat Atlanta. This helped officers identify the victim as Mitchell, who had been missing since the night of the concert. But identifying Mitchell only made the scene more confusing. Officers couldn't find her car anywhere inside that garage. So they now had to figure out why she ended up in a building she had no clear reason to be in. Officers combed through hours of grainy surveillance footage from the area, and the one thing that finally let them pick Mitchell out of the crowd was the very outfit she modeled for her viewers just hours earlier in her cheerful vlog on her channel. At some point after the show, Mitchell had gotten separated from her friends and was walking alone, struggling to find her car while she was visibly intoxicated. That's when a stranger approached her and offered to help. At first, she tried to wave him off, but the man kept following her and insisting that he could help, until eventually Mitchell allowed him to walk with her. According to official reports, he then led her toward the parking deck, where she was later found, which possibly means he may have used the fact that Mitchell wasn't sober to make himself seem harmless long enough to get her somewhere isolated. And once they were inside the stairwell, he turned on her. Investigators later found that Mitchell's death was caused by acts of violence. Afterward, investigators used the same surveillance footage, along with transit records and other evidence, to identify the man as 24-year-old Jacavius Arnold, and arrested him on September 22nd. But even after his arrest, they still didn't understand the full extent of what they were dealing with. According to police testimony, Jacavius admitted that Mitchell was not his first victim. He described approaching other vulnerable women at night, presenting himself as someone willing to help, before turning on them the moment they were isolated.
This guy has
Jacavius
boobs,
Arnold
by
was
the
later
way.
found
He's
guilty
got
and
man
sentenced to
boobs.
life in prison. As for Mitchell's family, the video she had uploaded on her channel to share her excitement for a night of music became the last recorded memory of her life.
Like I said, he looks a little bit like
Austin
Booby
Harif
Jimmy.
was a 19-year-old college student from Palm Beach County, Florida. On paper, his life seemed like it was moving in a fairly normal direction. He had graduated from Suncoast High School, enrolled at Florida State University to study biology, and developed a growing interest in fitness and bodybuilding. Then, in March 2016, he launched a YouTube channel called A Frost, where he began uploading videos of his workouts and fitness journey. His first upload was a straightforward guide about dieting and weightlifting, aimed at anyone hoping to get in shape.
Today, I'm going to be talking about fitness as a whole and the challenges it brings, okay?
Even though the video was clearly amateurly filmed and edited, Austin came across as articulate, confident, and genuinely passionate about fitness.
The most important supplements out there are definitely creatine for bulking, creatine and protein. I mean, protein is important for anybody. And look at the nutrition labels. If they don't have it on there, enter it in yourself. You know, you got to stay dedicated if you want to be the best. Nothing in life that's easy is worth having.
But that first video would end up being the most normal thing Austin Harif ever posted. Almost immediately afterward, the channel took a completely different turn.
What the hell?
Instead of continuing with simple workout advice, Austin started uploading rap music under the name Austy Frosty.
Oh gosh.
At first, this could have been dismissed as a college student experimenting with music. But the more he uploaded, the harder it became to tell how much of it was supposed to be a joke. They had almost no sense of professionalism. But Austin kept posting them with the seriousness of someone who seemed to believe he was creating something much bigger than it looked. When he eventually returned to making fitness videos, he was acting very different.
Hello, fellow lifters. Today I'm going to talk about persistence.
He no longer came across as the composed teenager from his first upload. His personality had become increasingly exaggerated, almost as if he were slipping into a character that grew stranger with every new video.
Right, that's it for the day, fellas and ladies and gentlemen. More dieting advice will be coming soon. Hello, bros. It's Austy Frosty, man. You gotta listen to the personal trainer's advice, but you gotta find your way too, man. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't just hope and pray that someone is just gonna.
It was becoming impossible to tell whether Austin was performing a character or slowly losing himself to one. On their own, these moments could be brushed off as awkward attempts at humor. But when you watch the videos in order, they start to feel like a visual presentation of a person whose thoughts were slowly starting to drift out of order. And what no one watching his videos at the time realized was that the changes appearing on camera were only a part of something far darker happening off screen. Around this same time, Austin's family and friends also began noticing that his personality was changing. By the summer of 2016, Austin was experiencing intense paranoia, unusual religious thoughts, and what he described as demons and monsters approaching him from the shadows. His search history also showed that, on some level, he seemed to understand something was wrong, as he looked up things like mania, hallucinations, and am I going crazy? And for a moment, it looked like Austin might be pulling himself back together. Because on August 12, 2016, he uploaded a video explaining that he no longer wanted to follow famous bodybuilders. Instead, he wanted to believe in himself.
What's up, guys? I just want to let you know that I came to a realization of something. I no longer want to follow Arnold or any other bodybuilder. I want to follow myself, you know? I want to actually believe in myself. I want to learn from other things, other people, other bodybuilders and stuff. But I just know that they're not me, you know? I know what's right for me.
This was perhaps the first time since his original fitness video that Austin appeared grounded again. He sounded calmer and he seemed more positive. But in hindsight, that calm demeanor may have been the most alarming sign of all. Around this same period, Austin had told his family he believed he was like Jesus and would one day be worshipped and that he possessed superpowers. Looking back, the confidence he projected on camera no longer seemed like ordinary self-belief. It increasingly mirrored the grandiose belief that he was expressing in real life. And during that same week, his paranoia became impossible for his family to ignore. Austin told them evil forces were inside the house and began sleeping near his sister because he believed he needed to protect her from whatever was coming. And on August 15th, 2016, everything spiraled completely out of control. That evening, Austin went to dinner with his father at a restaurant in Jupiter, Florida. But he barely made it through being seated before something inside him seemed to snap. Unfortunately, by then, it was already too late. Shortly after, Austin returned to the restaurant, had an argument with his father, and fled a second time, frantically running off on foot. He later described being chased by a dark figure with a white face. At some point, he saw a light in the distance and sprinted toward it, believing it would save him. But in reality, that light was coming from the open garage of a home where 59-year-old John Stevens and 53-year-old Michelle Michigan were relaxing for the evening. And as soon as he reached the garage, Austin attacked them, thrashing and biting in a way so violent and senseless that a neighbor, Jeff Fisher, came rushing over after hearing their screams. But when he tried to intervene, Austin attacked him as well. When the officers finally arrived at the scene, it took multiple deputies, a police dog, and an electric stun device to finally pull Austin away. John and Michelle lost their lives at the scene, while Jeff survived with serious injuries. At first, investigators assumed his behavior had been caused by some kind of hard drug, but the toxicology results didn't show anything like that. That finding became one of several reasons the case took an unexpected turn. Later, after years of evaluations, mental health experts concluded that Austin had suffered an acute psychotic episode and had no grasp of reality at the time of the attack. Looking back, the character his viewers thought they'd been watching him play in weeks before the incident was, in fact, an untreated illness surfacing in real time until it transformed into something completely inhumane. Austin was originally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and burglary. But in 2022, 6 years after John and Michelle lost their lives, the court found Austin not guilty by reason of insanity and committed him to a secure mental health facility where he'll remain until doctors and a judge determine he no longer poses a danger. Which, for a case this infamous, may very well be never. And as for Austin's channel, it still sits online, revealing the slow descent of a hopeful teenager into complete insanity over the course of a few short months.
That stinks.
I saw you just lied to your fellow Christian there, or misled him.
What did I lie about?
Oh,
well, you said a vision.
Well, now we're going to listen to theology.
Claimed without Jesus' words. So just a dream.
Well, theological debates.
On the Omega.
Oh, God doesn't speak in visions?
Look, okay, so I want to understand your logic now.
Does God speak in visions?
Does God speak in visions?
Mm-hmm.
God, so you want to go with Islam, that in Islam.
You see it.
I know I'm knowledgeable. That's a false analogy, but that's No, but I'll show you how it's a false comparison. Are you mentally stable? I'll show you that. My friend, calm down.
Chat. This is
no, I'll show you why it's a false comparison. I'll show you why it's a false comparison.
One second, brother.
No, don't say your chat and say hi.
Brother, 1 second. I'm gonna let you. Brother, 1 second. Jeez.
No, I don't want you to lie. Because I'm not
Brother. Listen.
You can speak to your chat. Speak to your chat. I'm sorry. I'll apologize.
This is what takes place when you try to jump the gun.
I'm sorry. You can just talk.
And then you mock the idea.
Talk to your chat.
And then just, please, brother, I don't want to have to mute you, so please.
I'll be patient. I'm telling you, talk to your chat. Okay.
Thank you. This is what happens when you jump the gun and you try to come with a double standard and try to say that I lied, but then when I ask you one question, your pants got tight. You knew that if you said the wrong thing, I was going to show you what your religion says and how you threw Muhammad under the bus.
It's a false comparison, though.
All right, so let's be clear again. So I'll ask it again.
Yes.
Does God speak in visions? Yes or no?
It's a false comparison. Can I answer you why?
It's a yes or no, and then you can expound.
Okay, yes, but let me elaborate.
Okay, so God does expound. Okay. So yes, God does speak in visions.
Yes.
So Jesus coming to John in a vision and proclaiming to be the first and the last.
Shaitan can speak in visions.
There's no. You're right.
Can speak in visions
No worries.
The devil can
So you have no problem with Jesus, who is God, coming to John in a vision and proclaiming who he is, right? There's no problem with that, right?
I have a very big problem with that.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. No, I'll explain to you why. Calm down. I'll explain to you with my logic. So basically, I'll tell you this is how it's forced comparison. Within Islam, not coming a vision like a vision to Muhammad SAW or anyone as a main, or like any companions as a main evidence for the religion. It's like saying one of your main evidences that Jesus is God is from a vision. No one within Islam that says one of the main evidences come from a dream. That's point number one. So why is it a false comparison? Because the main reason for Jesus being God cannot be cannot be from a vision. Because in Islam, nothing to do with a vision. Do you get what I'm saying, or should I elaborate it further?
You're saying that evidences don't come from visions.
Yeah, I'm saying the main evidences for the main evidence of your religion, your salvation, should not come from a vision. And no one in Islam that the main evidence of salvation.
Let's pause right.
That's my point.
Okay, let's pause here. So it seems like you came up with a criteria all of a sudden.
It's not a criteria, it's a fact.
That evidence.
How can a vision?
Notice, brother. Notice how I said two words and you cut me off already.
Yeah, you can carry on.
You got it,
I don't have to do a strong.
Notice you're doing it. You're still doing it.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you. So you came up with some criteria out of nowhere, just out of the blue, and said that your evidences for your religion, or a main evidence for your religion, should not come from a vision.
Yes.
Says who? Who says that? Who says that evidence or your main evidence may come from a vision? Says who?
That's your question. Basic logic and comprehension. Because if one of your main evidences
says who?
I'll tell you why. I'll explain it. Let's see if the people agree or not. Or let's see if you agree. Be sincere. So you're telling me.
So you're not getting it from anybody. Like Muhammad didn't say this. Your Quran.
No. But it's basic logic, Kenny. I'll tell you this why. For example, you said that shaitan or demons, what you want to say, can come into your dreams, or God can come to your dreams. So you don't know which one is who. So now then, if this guy claimed, this guy
you have me confused. We're able to know who's who. You might not be.
Okay, what if John was lying?
But we know who's who.
Okay, what if John was lying?
Well, this is fine. You can say, oh, John could have been lying or whatever.
No, I'm telling you, a dream is
just really quick. Okay. Regardless of if you saying, oh, well, John is lying, we have in our Bible, Jesus is claiming to be God in our Bible.
That's a dream.
Right?
That's a vision. That's not something to take.
So just to be clear, I need you to answer what I ask.
Yes.
In our Bible, in our Bible, we have Jesus claiming to be God, right?
Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if it has, which doesn't have, I don't think.
Do you see how you're unable to answer a straightforward question, my friend?
Okay, I'm going to explain.
I'll do it again. I don't need you to explain your answer. I need you to answer.
Okay.
And then if you
I think no.
No.
Other than the vision, there's no.
All right. So let's deal with this.
Okay, but before
in Revelation, hey brother, you're about 3 seconds away from getting kicked. You can't have a conversation.
Okay, I'll let you speak.
Relax yourself.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'll let you speak. Oh.
When Jesus says in Revelation 22, I am the first and the last. Is that a claim to be God? Yes or no?
But that's a vision.
I'm gonna give you one more chance. I'm gonna give you another chance. It's either you answer directly what I just asked, or I move on to the next guest because you're wasting my time.
Okay, I have a question for you. I will answer your question if you answer this quick question. No,
go ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, so...
Hey, I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Thank you. You're a Muslim, right?
Yeah. I'd like to talk about the Trinity, Would you like to have a discussion about that?
Nope. Islam is false. Prove me wrong. That's the topic today.
I would say that Christianity is false first and foremost.
I know you would, but we're not talking about Christianity. The topic is Islam is false. Change my mind.
All right, sure. So I would say that Islam is the only monotheistic religion. Trinity is not monotheistic, neither is rabbinic Judaism, so that is why it's true. Yeah.
Okay, so monotheism is why a religion is true?
Yeah, you want me to prove monotheism logically?
Okay, so I am a monotheist. I'm a monotheist.
Okay, yeah, but see, that's where we disagree. I would say you're a polytheist.
Just real quick, I'm a monotheist. I believe that there's only one God, I believe that this one God is a tree in my backyard. I'm a monotheist. That's the only God worthy of worship. Is the creator of all things. I'm a monotheist, right?
No, because we'd say that you have to believe the only true God, which...
Wait, just really quick. What is monotheism? What is monotheism?
We would say Islam specifically is believing the only true God.
I didn't ask what Islam is, brother. I'll ask it again. What is monotheism?
Oh, yeah, sure, my fault. I'm sorry. Monotheism, you're right, is believing in one God, but the reason I would say Islam is true is because it's believing in the one true God.
Okay, so monotheism isn't enough, is that right?
Yeah, sure. It has to be logical, obviously. It can't be God as a tree, obviously.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're saying that Islam is true because why? Because monotheism doesn't do it. So what is it?
Yeah, because there are certain attributes of God that you have to be a necessity, and one of them is being monotheistic. Would you agree?
Being monotheistic is an attribute?
My fault. Like certain descriptions of God. You cannot describe God to be a tree. You cannot describe him to be a creature, etc., etc. He has to be the most loving, the most omniscient, etc. All these things are like logically necessary for God. Yes?
Okay, so if these things are necessary for God, how is Islam true?
Because we are the only religion that believes in all of these necessary attributes. Like, for example,
no, you don't.
I'd say, what do you mean?
You believe that Allah is all powerful?
Yes.
To be all powerful means that you are self-sufficient in all your abilities and you don't need any help to do anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could Allah have a son if he wanted to?
No. Because you cannot have two gods, yeah.
But Allah says he could have a son if he wanted.
Yeah, I know what the verse you're talking about. It says that he needs a wife, right? Correct? That's the verse you're talking about.
No, chapter 39, verse 4, it says that if Allah had willed, he could have a son and choose from whoever he creates.
What chapter is that? 39, verse what?
Verse 4.
Let me see. Yeah, it said had he willed. But
right, but you said that even if he wanted to, he couldn't. So which one of you are right? Is Allah right about himself, or are you right about Allah?
I would say that this is not like saying a biological son. I'd say that's fair enough on you to prove that Allah is talking about specifically a biological son.
No, you have to, brother, this is
Yeah. No. What I'm saying here is that this son is the same sonship that God is giving to, like, i.e. David in the Old Testament, i.e. in Psalms 2:7.
You don't believe that? First of all, that's not about David. That's about the Messiah. That's number one.
It says today he has become the God's son, so that's temporal.
Yeah, that's about the Messiah, not about David, because he's talking about the Messiah, who then the nations are going to give it to. Just really quick, we'll talk about David later. Right here, though, what is your evidence here that this has nothing to do with well, I mean, it's crazy that you're saying biological. Is Allah a biological being?
No, exactly.
So then why are you bringing up biological?
Yeah, because we say that Allah cannot have a son, as in a son with the same divine attributes, because then that would lead to polytheism.
But Allah just said he could.
It's okay. You're all
yeah,
right.
He says that he said he could pick someone to represent him. That's what he said.
No, he didn't say. Brother, are you looking at the verse?
Yeah.
Can you go to the verse? I hear you typing. Can you go back to the verse, please, and read it out loud?
Oh, yeah. It said, had it been Allah's will to have offspring, he could have chosen whoever he willed of his creation. So that he's choosing someone to be the offspring.
So if he wanted to have offspring, he could have chosen any one of his creation to be his offspring, correct?
Yeah, exactly. He could choose someone, not
to
make
be his
offspring.
To be what?
To be his son.
So and I like how your translation has it, offspring, meaning it's his own son who he has created from his own creation. So if Allah wanted to, he could have his own son, right?
Yeah, we'd say that would be an honorary being. He could choose one of his creatures. Yes.
So, well, not an honorary being, because let's just make sure that we don't like twist words here and like kind of sneak stuff in there. Does it say make an honorary being, or does it say he can choose from his creation to be his offspring?
Yeah, it says offspring.
Okay. So not a position of high honor, not a position of like, wow, supremacy and wow, he has a good, like, nice high rank. It says if Allah wanted to, have offspring, he could have chosen from any of his creation. But he didn't do that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it says this idea is obviously false. Yeah.
So who's correct? When you say Allah, if he wanted to, cannot have a son, Allah says if he wanted to, he could have a son. Which should I go with?
I would again say that this is just refuting this idea. It's not saying this is a true idea. Yes.
I agree with you that it's refuting that Allah has taken a son, that he has a son, that he has offspring. He's saying, no, he didn't do this. If he wanted to, he could have, but he didn't. I understand it. I'm asking, can we then agree, though, that he could have a son if he wanted to?
Yeah, sure. But let's let me explain here. Can I explain real quick? Yeah. So it says he couldn't choose from his creation, right? He's choosing from his creation. So this son of his, it would not be divine. Correct? You would agree?
I don't know, because the Quran is not really clear.
I mean, it says he could have chosen from his creation. If you're choosing from the creation, can the creation be divine?
Well, it depends. According to the Quran, yes, because it says that if he had a son...
I'd say the burden of proof is on you then, my brother, because...
Let me tell you why. You only worship the divine being, correct?
Yes.
All right. Allah says, he tells Muhammad to say in chapter 48, I think it's 48, 11. I'm tripping. I don't think that's it. 43:81. There it is. 43:81. In chapter 43, verse 81, he says, say, if Allah had a son, I would be the first to worship him.
Let me search that up real quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it says if, so that's like not true. You would agree?
Well, it's not true that he has a son. He's saying if he had one, then he would be worthy of worship. And we see that if Allah willed to have a son, he could have had one from his creation who would have been worthy of worship and therefore divine in some sense.
Can I explain? All right. So in this verse you brought up, Surah 39, right? It says he's choosing a son from his creation. So we see here the son is clearly not like divinity. It's not the same attributes as Allah. Do you agree? Because creation... Wait, but it's from creation. How can a creation have the same attributes as Allah?
See, that's the thing. Allah says that if he wanted to have a son, he could have chosen from any of his creation to be his son.
Yeah, I'm saying son means different. Yeah, it's a different son being referred to.
I know that's what you're saying, but that's not what the Quran displays in any slang. The Quran doesn't say that. It doesn't even imply that.
No, it's very clear logically if you actually read it. Look, let's read your verse again. All right, 39:4. Had it been Allah's will that offspring, he could have chosen whatever he willed of his creation, yes. So if he would choose a son from the creation, that son would obviously not be the same divinity, the attributes as Allah, because logically you cannot have a creation be the same attributes as something that's divine. Those are completely separate. Yes. In the second thing, he's saying that if Allah had a son, and this son here is clearly about something with the same divine attributes as Allah, because if there were multiple gods, if somehow there are multiple gods, then yes, you'd have to worship all of them. They're all true. But again, this is clearly illogical, and that is why. That's also why, again, I said
it's illogical that Allah can have a son.
It's logical that he can pick someone to represent him on Earth. That is what the son does.
Does it say pick someone to represent him on Earth?
No, I just explained to you why. Because it's his creation. Yes,
I got you. All right, so let's do this again. If Allah had willed to take a son, to have an offspring, he could have chosen from what he has created, whatever he willed. Exalted is he didn't do it. Right?
Yeah, because...
So again, Allah, just 1 second, I heard you out fully, did I not?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I heard your point. My thing is that what you are trying to explain to me is nowhere in the verse. It's nowhere in your Quran. What you're adding on and making a distinction between, a son in a sense that represents Allah, that's not in the verse. It's talking about an offspring of Allah.
Yeah, that's where disagreement is.
So Allah says that something of his creation could be a son of his if he wanted it to be. That's what he says, not me.
Yeah. The only difference we have is what son means. You're thinking son here means divine, and the verse clearly refutes that because it's a son from creation.
The Quran talks about the son being divine because if it was Allah's son, he'd be worthy of worship.
Yeah, that's a claim wait, that's a claim you're putting on. You're saying son here means exactly the same as son otherwhere. Yes, that's what you're saying.
Where's the difference?
Okay, again, I'm going to re-explain it. So, in here we say Allah can pick from his creation a son. So, what do you understand from that? This son is not divine. Okay, it is not sharing the attributes of Allah. It's a creation of Allah.
How is it not divine? How does it not have divine
it's
properties?
A creation. He's picking from creation.
But would it have divine properties?
No, because it's a creation of Allah he's picking from. All right? Yeah. Exactly.
So a son of Allah would not have divine properties even if it was of...
In this context of picking from creation, no.
So this is what you have then. What you have is that Allah is not making sense. He sounds silly when Allah is saying that he can have a son from his creation.
It sounds very clear to me. It's the same. It's the same sentiment that the God uses in the Old Testament when he calls.
No, it's not. No, it's not because Allah in the Quran says that one, he doesn't have a son. There's nobody that can ever be his son. You can only be a slave. In the Old Testament, God does say that he has children in many different senses.
Okay, let me ask you
we
something.
see that.
Can I ask you something?
Can I finish?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
In the Quran, you don't see this at all. You don't see this depiction. You don't see this difference. You see a 1A, 1B. Allah can't have children. Having children has to do with sexual actions. You know what I'm saying? This is what having a son is to Allah and to the Quran. What you need to demonstrate is where he said, oh yeah, the son is representing him, a son is doing this, a son is different like that. That's what you need to demonstrate.
All right, perfect. So you would agree Christ is the Son of God, yeah?
Why do you keep going to my Bible?
Well, no, because you just mentioned that a difference between the Quran and the Old Testament. I'm trying to say it's the same, all right? So we need to first start with that.
Why are you going to my Bible I'm not
centering I'm just saying because you said the Old Testament is different. You said God said he can have children. Yes, I'm saying that proves my point actually, because these children are not divine. You would agree?
Okay, so according to the Bible, does God give a context in which he has children?
What do you mean? I think it's very clear that you would agree none of these children are divine, right? You only worship Christ.
Did you hear what I asked?
Yeah, you said, does he give a context? I'd say the context is self-evident. It's none of these children are divine.
It's self-evident? No, it's not self-evident. The evidence is in the context. The evidence is in the context in which, for example, he talks about how Israel is his son because he's the nation that he birthed. That's why Israel is his son. Jesus is his son because he's begotten of the Father. So he actually shares the same nature as the Father.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we see that we see what is said in the context.
Yeah.
Where in the Quran do you see it making any of these differences?
I would say, again, the verse you picked very clearly shows the difference because it's saying picking from creation. This obviously disputes the idea that his son could be divine because a creation of God cannot be God. It cannot be divine.
Would Allah need help to have a son?
We would say it's illogical to have a divine son, but if you wanted to pick
a son,
someone,
he just says a son.
What do you mean by son? Again, I just explained to you why the meaning of son here is different in different contexts. So what do you mean by that? You mean someone that shares the attributes?
I have a serious question. I don't know if anyone in the chat is Muslim, but I have a serious question. Why do Muslims do that? Like, I've listened to enough of these debates now, and like, they all do that. Like, they all act like words don't mean what they mean anymore. Like, oh, that's not what he meant. That's not what that word meant. That, like, in all other language, it means that. But then all of a sudden, it's like, son doesn't mean that. What? I don't know. Just things that I think. I'm very much happy. not sad. Well, now I know why I broke out so bad. Because I got my frickin' period. I guess it's good to know that I'm not useless as a woman.
I think we've reached a place in the conversation where we're reading the Quran, we're taking the Quran what it says, and you don't.
I just explained like 5 times over what it says. It's very logical.
Okay.
It's like exactly what you would read.
You got it. You got it, bro. Thank you.
Yo, how's it going?
Pretty good. You Muslim, right?
Yep.
All right. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. So I was actually there when you were here in San Diego, and it got kind of heated over at Balboa Park. You had to swipe the dude's phone from his hand. I was watching from a distance, of course. I didn't want to get anywhere close to that, but I had to agree with how you handled that. So, but yeah, with the prompt, Islam is not false. And I can go to Quran 15:9. Indeed, it is who we sent down the Quran, and indeed will be its guardian. It's been memorized.
It doesn't say the Quran there.
15:9?
Yeah, it doesn't say Quran there.
Indeed, it is we who has sent the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
It doesn't say that.
Okay, I can look that up real quick.
It says, indeed, it is we who sent down al-Dhikr in the Arabic, which means the reminder.
Let's see here. Where are you sourcing that from?
The Quran.
Well, I'm off the Quran.love, and it does say here.
Quran.love?
Yeah.
Is that another website that just has like an English translation or something?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay.
Got me.
That's all right.
Man, I already came here screwing up, bro. Shit.
Oh man. Yeah, so the Arabic of the verse,
yeah,
it says we have sent down al-Dhikr in the Arabic, which means the reminder.
Roger
if
that.
it was Quran, it would have said al-Quran.
Roger that. Well, then maybe I need to brush up on my Quran before I come and face you then. Well, this was short-lived, bro. But hey, bro, honest, I guess I'll just end it here because everything else that I have is completely screwed. I'm just going to admit that. So, but honestly, dude, coming from the other side of the fence, I am a big fan of yours, and all respect to what you do, bro. Obviously, there are disagreements we have, but I completely agree with how you're approaching and defending your faith to using your platform, using your everything you do, despite all the BS that you get and all the rap that you get from, unfortunately, our side and other sides too. It's highly respectable as to how you do things, bro. So, big ups to you. Continue doing what you're doing, dude, and I will continue to try to improve and get on your level just on my side of things. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
I'm already coming to you with Quran.love. Holy crap.
No, that's okay, because the reminder point is important. Can I show you why that's important?
Yes, please.
I usually use chapter 15, verse 9 to argue that the Quran promises to protect all of his scriptures, not just the Quran. I would say the Quran's included in this, but it would include the Torah and the Gospel as well, and the Psalms. So
you said 15:9.
So when it says that we have sent down the reminder and we are its guardians, right? The Quran has identified a few things to be the reminder. It identified the Quran as being the reminder. It has also identified the Torah and the Gospel, the previous scriptures, as being the reminder as well. It actually even calls us, the people of the book, it calls us the people of the reminder of al-Dhikr. Okay?
Yeah, I'm ignoring that because I want nothing to do with it.
Chapter 16, verse 43.
Okay, let me check. Quran 15, what was that?
16, verse 43.
Okay.
Not my business.
Chapter 16, verse 43.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Now, you're still in that Quran.love?
No, I'm going Quran.com here. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right, go ahead and read. Let me hear your rendition, what it says.
We did not send messengers before you, O Prophet, except mere men inspired by us. If you polytheists do not know it's already, then ask those who have knowledge of the scriptures.
Okay, so even that translation is a bad one because it doesn't say ask those who have knowledge of the scriptures. It says ask the people of the reminder. Now it's good. You're on Quran.com, so hover your mouse over that last Arabic word. It should say reminder, right?
Yeah, it does say reminder. Yeah.
Awesome. Now look at so do that with like the last three words of that verse. It should say people of the reminder, or ask the people of the reminder, right?
Oh man, yeah, it does. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So notice, so the verse it's talking to the polytheist, which is correct in context. It's talking to the polytheist, saying, "We did not say to them, we did not send before you, Muhammad, except men of whom we inspire. They were just men and prophets that we inspired. They're not gods, they're not anything like nothing like that. They're men who we inspired, right? And it tells the polytheists, if you do not know, then go and ask the people of the reminder, right? If they don't know about what the Quran is telling them about the previous prophets, these men who got inspired, they can come to us and verify what Muhammad is saying. So it calls us the people of the reminder, meaning that our scriptures
If you guys want me to listen to something else, send it to me.
Right? So this is why I'm saying in chapter 15, verse 9, when Allah says, we sent down the reminder and we are its guardian. Well, my book.
Yeah, I know you guys like the true crime stuff, so listen to that.
Their own circle may be their friend's killer. They collaborate with law enforcement and go undercover to capture secret recordings.
Why did he say that? Why did he say he just wanted to talk to me? What the? Oh my God. Oh, what you got? Leave your hands out of the vehicle.
Beloved cheerleader Emma Walker was just a few months into her junior year at Central High School in Knoxville, Tennessee, when her life met a tragically abrupt end. Initially, it seemed it was some sort of terrible accident. There was no other way to explain it. However, investigators would soon untangle a twisted web of lies and uncover the horrific reality. Someone had wanted Emma dead. Growing up, Emma's ultimate dream was to become a neonatal ICU nurse someday, and the honor student was putting in the necessary effort to ensure she'd get there. She was making the most of high school, and her innate ability to excel in her endeavors was also exhibited in her role on the cheerleading squad. Her third year had just gotten underway, and she was loving it. Then, the morning of Monday, November 21st, arrived. Like she'd done so many times before, Jill went to her daughter's room to wake Emma for school around 6 o'clock. Right away, it was apparent that something was terribly wrong.
I just tried to wake up my daughter for school, and she isn't cold. You said that she's non-responsive? Yeah, her tongue's hanging out of her mouth. Stay on the line. I'm transferring you to rural metro.
Oh my God.
Word of the mysterious tragedy spread quickly. Among those hit particularly hard by the devastating news of Emma's death was her boyfriend of 2 years, Riley Gall. The two had first met in the fall of Emma's freshman year at Central High. She was the only freshman to secure a spot on the cheerleading squad. It was right around then that Emma caught the attention of junior and star wide receiver Riley Gall. It came as no surprise that the two were soon inseparable. A steady stream of posts with photos saturated their social media feeds, documenting the fun times they shared. There were collages such as the one that read, "Look how lucky I am," posted by Emma in May of 2016. By the time that fall of 2016 rolled around, Emma and Riley were 2 years into their relationship.
Does the boyfriend kill this
now
girl?
a junior, remained a dedicated member of the cheerleading squad at Central High. Though Riley had graduated that previous spring, he stayed close to his hometown and was attending Maryville College, where he quickly made a name for himself as a wide receiver on the football team. Then, just a few months into the new school year, young Emma was gone. As routine procedure goes, the Knox County Sheriff's Office immediately began speaking with those closest to Emma. Riley was brought in that evening on the outside chance that he might be able to aid in the investigation. Based on a tweet from earlier that day, he was very distraught, and understandably so. "That's my beautiful Emma. Rest easy now, sweetheart," it read. And it just so happens, word has gotten back to law enforcement that Riley has some particularly eerie information to share. Apparently, Emma had been receiving threatening text messages from an unknown source during the course of the previous weekend. The detectives start with brief introductions, then get a technical matter out of the way. The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
Before we get started, I understand you're not under arrest right now. You came down here free with your granddad and your mom. But because you're in a secure area, I have to read you your rights, okay? Because
he did it.
Basically, if you're in a position that you can't get up and leave and get out on your own, they technically look at that in court as being in custody. But understand you're not in custody. I've not put handcuffs on you. I've not told you you've been charged with anything. Just a film.
After Riley has read his rights, they engage him in a bit of small talk in efforts to build rapport, establish a baseline, and make him feel comfortable.
While we're waiting on him, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know, obviously, you played football at Maryland College. I'm assuming you played football in high school. It's what position? Wide receiver, cornerback, punt return, kick return, punter. You must be pretty good. Well, you kicked Hall's butt all over the place last year, so that's been your senior year, right? Yeah, that was good. It's always painful to lose to you guys, but good luck. Hang in there and stay at it, work at it.
A few minutes later, the detectives dive into the true reason for the meeting. They ask Riley to provide a timeline of his whereabouts over the previous weekend.
Let's start with Friday. What, do you have classes during the day?
Wednesday, Friday, I have an 8 a.m. and a 9 a.m. And Tuesday, Thursday, I have a 6 a.m. and an 11 a.m. And then the other class on Monday, Wednesday, Friday is at 1 p.m.
Wow. You're still pretty busy, don't you? Let's start with Friday. You get out of class at 1 p.m. What happens from there?
Riley explains that he headed to his grandparents' home that evening, then went to his friend Noah's
I
home
really
shortly
appreciate
after,
you guys hanging
where he
out with
spent the
me.
night.
Thank you so much.
And according to Riley, his seemingly normal morning took a chilling turn. And it all started with a message from Emma.
And she was kind of acting frantic over the phone. And she said that someone was trying to get into her house. Somebody was dressed in all black. They had a face mask on. She said that she's home. She said she thought they were just taking a walk in the neighborhood. And then when she passed them to pull into her driveway, they put on a pair of glasses. And they started, she said they kind of sped up. So she went into the garage and shut the garage. And that's when I dropped all the stuff I was at my stepdad's house and drove all the way to her neighborhood.
Did you say she texted you that information?
She texted me she was asking if it was me at first, and I told her, no, what's going on, and then when she FaceTime called me, she was crying and freaking out, so I said, okay, give me a minute, I'll come down there and check it out.
Riley raced to Emma's home, and approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived.
I went to her backyard, made sure, nobody was back there, checked under the porch and everything, looked up and down the street.
But by that time, the would-be intruder was gone. Still, a residential surveillance camera captured a few seconds of footage as the man walked down the street. Riley returned to Noah's house somewhere around 8 p.m. and stayed the night once again.
How do you leave and where do you go Sunday morning?
I don't know what time I woke up, but when I woke up, I went back to my grandparents and then went back over to Noah's house. And I got back to campus around 11:30, 11:45.
Naturally, the college freshman had left his homework until somewhere around midnight Monday morning.
I got back up to my dorm, and I tried logging in onto my Maryland College email, but I realized I couldn't because I was logged in on my grandmother's laptop back in Knoxville.
felt the need to emphasize how his grandfather saw him log out of the laptop, almost as if he's expecting that the detectives will think he's lying about why he went home.
He saw me log out of the laptop.
When someone who's being questioned acts defensive before they have even been accused of something, it can be seen by law enforcement as a possible sign of deception.
I ended up not doing any of my homework. Instead, I got back to campus around 1 a.m. and just sat in my car for about 2.5 hours, and just slept. 4:30, I fell asleep. Fell asleep around then, and that's when I woke up to people calling me about what had happened. Well, first he had texted me, and he was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry about what happened." So I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he called me after that, and he said, "Did you not hear what happened?" I said, "No, what are you talking about?" And he said, "They found him dead in our bed this morning," or unresponsive is what he told me. And that's when I started freaking out, having a breakdown. So my parents, or my mom and my grandmother, were coming out to campus to get me. They probably got there around 9-ish, 9:30, somewhere around there.
As soon as he starts talking about being told about Emma's death, Riley starts stroking his face. This is a self-soothing behavior indicative of heightened anxiety. This could be because the topic is distressing for him, which would be understandable, or a hint that maybe something else about the topic makes him nervous. Although some dismiss nonverbal analysis as pseudoscience, and whether or not the viewer agrees with it, it is used by the FBI, CIA, and police during interrogations, which is why we include it. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession or all at once. These indicators can be signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception. It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through nonverbal analysis alone.
So then, once your grandparents got you and you went back to their house?
My mom and my grandmother did.
Yeah. Is that, they came got you, that's where you went?
Back there, I spent all day at my grandparents' house today.
Until now. Gotcha.
After a comprehensive run-through of Riley's previous weekend, the detectives transition to the sensitive subject of his longtime girlfriend's unexpected death. Perhaps Riley can provide something for law enforcement to go on. A detail that may seem insignificant to him may be the very information needed to crack the case.
Tell me what you know about Emma's passing. I know there's been all kinds of rumors and speculation. What have you heard?
I've tried to, but empty all of it out because I've heard so many different things. I've heard she just passed in her sleep. I heard she tried to commit. I heard a stray bullet came to the wall, but that made no sense to me because it's her room. If a stray bullet hit the wall, it has to be from the backyard because that's where her window is. I don't know, that one didn't make sense to me, but those are the main 3.
Who have you talked to? Where have you heard these rumors about passing their sleep and all that stuff?
I've had a bunch of my friends visit me today at my grandparents' house, and they would just tell me different stuff that they've heard from different people.
Riley has been fidgeting and spinning his seat throughout the interview so far. But as soon as the detectives start asking about Emma's death and the rumors surrounding it, he also begins picking at his fingers, which is typically an anxiety response.
Okay. Do you remember who told you the stray bullet?
Yeah, it was actually about an hour ago when he showed up. His name's Jacob.
How do you know Jacob?
We've been friends since 2nd grade.
Did he say where he heard the stray bullet theory?
No, he said it was the same thing, like hearsay. He said he probably said that didn't sound right to him either, but...
Horrifyingly so, it seems that the detectives are beginning to consider that the killer could be hiding in plain sight, disguised as a grieving friend. Perhaps they even paid Riley a visit in an attempt to avoid suspicion, simply playing the part of another young mourner expressing condolences to the longtime boyfriend of the deceased. Detectives have collected potential leads in Riley's visitors from earlier that day, and with this, the entire trajectory of the investigation has drastically changed.
Can you think of anyone that would want to hurt Emma?
Not off the top of my head, no. Because, I mean,
She had any enemies?
no. She had no enemies that would want to hurt her. I mean, she had high school drama enemies, but, like, there's girls she didn't like, but none that would do that.
She can't get along with everybody. I mean, I don't know.
She was very likable. She was friends with most anybody that she talked to.
The last time you talked to her, you said was Sunday? Sunday night. Did she make any comments about anybody being mad at her, or upset at her, or anybody want to hurt her?
No, but the only thing that I thought of was whoever the person was at her house Saturday morning. That's the first thing I thought of when I heard that she passed this morning.
Then, a completely unexpected revelation is brought to light, and it changes everything.
Do you have people that are mad at you, that are trying to hurt you or anything?
I don't know about nobody's trying to kidnap you or kidnap me.
Repeating the question can be a red flag to detectives. It could mean that the person being interviewed needs time to think about their response. A deceptive individual likely wants to prevent awkward silences after a question, as that could seem suspicious. However, if they need a moment to consider what they should say, they might repeat the question to fill that conversation gap.
Wasn't it I didn't want to. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to talk about it because it was traumatizing. I didn't know what to make of it. And that's pretty important for us to probably know. I mean, somebody's trying to get that. But I don't know, like.
Hi, Mermy.
Notice the weak movement Riley makes here. It's a half-hearted shrug and his hands barely raise.
Who needs a
Throughout,
Slurpee in
his
his
illustrators
Xanax?
have been minimal. We don't have anything of him before the interview to really compare to, but it's an atypical behavior for people in general to have such weak nonverbals. Illustrators help people make points while they speak. In contrast, restrained gesturing is believed to be a telltale sign of deception.
When did this alleged kidnapping take place?
Friday.
This past Friday? When did that happen?
Something like that. I just don't know. I don't remember much about it. I just remember two guys. Literally, I was Friday night before I got to Noah's. Went up to my stepdad's house, and I pulled in the driveway, and this van pulled over across in the semicircle, and these two guys were like walking across the street. I didn't think anything of it because they weren't like in a rush, and I turned around, I'm about to get in my car, and next thing I know, one of them grabs my back, and the other one's around the corner, and they just like put their hands over my face and just took me to their van or whatever.
Finally, we see Riley use larger nonverbal indicators. His palms are up, in a position usually indicating that he's asking to be believed or trying to be convincing. But they don't fit with his words. His hands just sit there for quite a long time, with no words to go along with it.
And then what happened?
I don't remember much. They just had me. I couldn't see anything. They had something over my eyes. I haven't told my mom or anybody about this.
Oh, really?
No.
Wow.
Terrified.
So, I mean, you ain't got any money?
No.
You gambling, bitch? You gamble? No. So these guys just randomly picked you out for no reason?
I guess.
Riley's account sounds a bit questionable, especially because he doesn't give a clear reason as to why he can't remember much of it. He's also left out any mention of his feelings during the event, and only mentions being terrified to justify why he hasn't told his mom about it. Most people who are telling the truth about something major, such as being kidnapped, will express what their emotions were at the time. This is because their emotions are tied to the memory of the traumatic event. When someone leaves these details out, it can be a red flag for possible deception. But the question is, what could he be leaving out? That same night, Emma had attended a gathering at a friend's home after the football game. It was somewhere around 11:30 p.m. when she began receiving alarming text messages from an unfamiliar phone number.
They did ask me, they were like, And like, who do you want to talk to for the last time? And so I started freaking out, and I said, Emma.
Text messages instructed Emma to go outside. They stated that they had her loved one in their possession, and if she didn't comply with their demands, he'd be hurt.
And they made me call Emma. She wouldn't answer my phone multiple times, so they used their phone. And I was just crying and screaming. She thought it was a joke. She thought I was playing a prank on her.
Riley has been fidgeting with his hands and moving in his seat this entire time. This indicates that he's been letting off his excess energy, which is going to be a red flag to the officers that he may be hiding something. The fact that Emma thought Riley was playing a joke on her could suggest that he had done something in the past to make her doubt his sincerity. A friend accompanied Emma outside, and that was when they located Riley, lying face down in a nearby ditch. According to her friend, Riley appeared to be disoriented.
I woke up where Emma was. In her friend's yard. It's right off Tassel Pike. I literally remember then my head ached for the rest of the night when I got back to Nose after that.
You still know when they were out?
Yeah. They thought I was messing with them. That's why I haven't talked to anyone about it, because no one would take me seriously.
It's interesting that Riley still hasn't asked exactly what happened to Emma. Most people would ask at some point, while maybe not early on since they don't want to interrupt investigators. They wouldn't want to sit through the entire interview without asking for some kind of information about what happened. This is likely a red flag to detectives. After acquiring the information they need for the time being, the detectives conclude their interview with Riley.
I do want to thank you for coming in and talking to us, Riley. I do appreciate that.
It's clear that investigators know Emma didn't take her own life, but instead believe something far more sinister occurred. Though the information hasn't yet been made public, they're aware that Emma died as a result of a single gunshot, the bullet having traveled through the exterior of her house before striking Emma in the head. Somewhere around this time, law enforcement is approached by friends of Emma who strongly suspect they know the identity of the killer. They want to assist in the investigation. In fact, they believe they can get their hands on the very weapon that might have been used to murder Emma earlier that same morning, if the rumors that she died of a gunshot wound are accurate. You see, the person they suspect is also a close friend of theirs. In addition, one of the teens has recently witnessed something quite coincidental. The suspect had recently acquired a firearm. In fact, he'd gone so far as to show it to one of them, with the friends having come forward. The idea that the killer is among them has gained even more credibility, disturbing as it is. Despite the potential dangers of which they're warned, the amateur detectives opt to go through with the sting operation on November 22nd, just one day after Emma had died. A plan is constructed, and the friends are wired and equipped with a hidden camera.
That's dangerous.
All of you. There's nobody else I'd rather go into this shit with. Nobody else I could go into this shit with. Oh shit. This is insane. Just go do your thing, guys. Alright. Hey, everyday life, man. Everyday life. Go do your thing. Let's go play some Modern Warfare. There you go. This is just another day, man. Yeah, look at that fog. That light's still on. I'll finish that. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And with the short briefing from detectives, the precarious mission headed by a brave couple of teens is underway. The friends return to one of their homes and prepare for the suspect to arrive.
So, dude. Okay, that's the meeting when we're back in the good. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I'll walk out there. Alright, I'll see you. Why did he say that? Why did he say he just wanted to talk to me? Holy why does he want me to talk to him? I don't know, man. I don't know. All I can think about is that he touched you already. Which, I mean, yeah, because I was doing him harder. Alright, FYI, guys, my roommate is not home. He's going to be at work till about like 1 or 2 a.m. tonight.
One of the friends updates law enforcement who's listening in. The suspect is due to arrive in just a few minutes. The hidden camera is strategically placed just before the suspect enters with his friend, and both take a seat on the couch. Apparently, the two had a short conversation outside, and the suspect would like for his friends to accompany him on an errand of sorts. But before they get to that, they speculate on Emma's potential manner of death. We know that very little information has been made public, and they only have rumors to go on. Well, 2 of them at least. We suspect that the third knows everything.
They would have automatically ruled out any kind of suicide, or I mean, not ruled it out, but like, if she would have got shot through the wall, you don't just get shot and die instantly unless you get hit in the throat or in the head. Yeah. Unless you got shot directly in the heart, but still even that, like, you're gonna feel that, wake up and be able to try and like crawl out of your bed. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, I still don't understand how she died.
It's likely that no part of this discussion is medically accurate, but the undercover friends play along in an attempt to get more information from the suspect, and the speculation continues.
I don't either, but if she would got shot through the wall, then she would, like, say it hits her in the stomach. Say somebody shot her in the wall, hit her in the stomach. She's going to wake up. You don't just get shot and just lay there. Yeah, I don't see how she wouldn't scream or something, like anything. And she just laid, unless it was just like a ridiculous shot. If it hit her in the head, then they would have saw that. They did, but you don't know that. They could have walked in and seen her just. Well, it was a murder investigation from apparently that morning. As far as I know, like, they never. They always don't know anything about how she was found or when she was found. Because whenever you hear exactly what they always knew, whatever you hear it from, could not be true. They knew it was all started from the first second because they put in protective custody. Serious? Yeah.
The suspect is clearly alarmed by this information. The thought of a friend having been murdered would be quite devastating to hear. However, it's much more probable that the shock is from knowing that if her death was in fact a homicide, then law enforcement's main focus will be to locate the killer. Which brings us to our next important topic of conversation.
But I'm trusting you guys, like, with my life, because I mean, this is 70 years in jail if I get convicted of something I did do. And are you busy right now? Can you have to do anything? Can we go to Bluffs? It's pretty, because I need your video. I put Bluffs. I'm gonna throw it in the water. They'll never find it. I'll try to get the water with like rocks. Well, we did it with beer bottles. Sure. We can go on that, the smaller ledge that really looks out of the water. I mean, I got your back, man. I just need Christ, dude. I got your back. If it's in the Tennessee River, they will never find it. So that's why I just want to eliminate that from the equation as a whole. I see you cover your bases. Cover your bases. No, I mean, I feel you. That's your decision. Well, you guys want to go right now? I'm fine. Let me go stack. I'm starving. I'm going to call it love a hot pocket.
After preparing a couple of hot pockets, the teens depart en route to an area that overlooks the Tennessee River, not far from the University of Tennessee campus, known as the Bluffs. It's possible that the suspect isn't just looking for moral support here. By involving his friends in the disposal of the gun, he's likely trying to protect himself. If he gets them to help, they'll be more likely to follow his plan of lying to the police about what they know of the gun, and he'll be able to hold their involvement over them. They won't want legal consequences for their part in getting rid of potential evidence, so they'll feel more motivated to lie for the suspect.
So I just can jump the fence, my car, and snatch it off.
Dang it.
Well, go around to the church. Alright, I'll be back.
Dang it.
You're not back in 2 minutes, we'll come after you.
Less than 4 nerve-wracking
I'll find
minutes
it later.
the suspect returns to the vehicle.
I just want to throw it and be done. Oh God, I can feel it. Like, I just don't have attention. I think there's gloves that get you in, so I can put those on. I'm saying, like, the glove, I'm going to close them. I think we can use them. Then I'll just do the full thing and take it out. Great. I'll fucking call. I'll carry it up, gloves on, get to the top, throw them bullets individually.
suspect keeps repeating how he wants to get rid of the gun. It seems that he's assuming that getting rid of the gun will mean that police will not have any evidence that points to him. They make one more detour and stop for some gas and fast food. The suspect, seated in the front passenger seat, hasn't allowed Emma's death to affect his appetite. About 15 minutes later, they arrive at the Bluffs, and the horrifying moment of truth has almost arrived.
Dude, let me see this thing. I don't know if she touched it. But she got put us on our stuff. They don't have my fingerprints in any database. They do, bro. You got arrested. Yeah, but they didn't print me. Oh my god. What? This is a real gun.
The utter magnitude of the reality has to be overwhelming as they lay their eyes on the very weapon that they believed was used to end Emma's life. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the teens are rudely awakened to find that they're not alone.
What the? What the? Oh my god. What the? What the? Everybody put your hands out of the vehicle now! I think we do it. Yep. Hold what you got! Leave your hands out of the vehicle!
Amid the chaos, in just seconds, the suspect will be ordered to exit the vehicle, and all those present are aware that he's in the possession of the suspected murder weapon. If the suspect feels like he has nothing left to lose, and senses that his friends betrayed him, he may choose to take revenge.
Front passenger, can you hear me? Yes. Open the door from the outside. Open the door all the way. Exit the vehicle. Keep your hands up. Hands up.
Thankfully, he's apprehended without incident.
Rear passenger, do not move. Do you understand me? Yes. Do you understand? Yes. Do not move your hands. Yeah. Out. You got gloves? No. More gloves? Right there. Right there. Move the bag back toward your seat. Yep. Okay. Hey, Merritt. Yep. Just pull that bag enough. Just to see the serial number. Just to see the serial number. I guess you want to look at this. You want me to start to see the blood for a hold and see if we can take care of no on here. So I'll call one. She later. Goddamn right, boys.
And with that, the serial number was confirmed to belong to a gun that has, very recently, landed itself on law enforcement's radar. It had been kept under the driver's seat of the owner's vehicle until, on November 18th, when he realized it was missing. And here's where it all begins to come crashing down. On November 20th, James Walker reported his Glock 9mm pistol stolen. Though James and Emma's family share a surname, they are of no relation. James, however, is related to someone else who's very close to the case. His grandson happens to be none other than the grieving boyfriend, Riley Gall. That's right. The suspect was actually Riley all along.
Duh.
In addition to the firearm, other damning evidence was recovered, including the gloves we heard mention of and black clothing that would later confirm that Riley was likely the suspicious man dressed in black.
Duh.
As it turns out, there's much more to this convoluted story than initially meets the eye. Let's take a closer look into the events that transpired over those 2 years. What you're about to see will paint a picture of a tumultuous roller coaster of a relationship, remarkably different than what you've seen so far. It all started when that freshman cheerleader caught the eye of that star wide receiver.
We dated on and off for about 2 years until about 2 weeks ago is when she really cut it off. I cut it off in the past before, she cut it off before. Just kind of went back and forth. It would be months at a time, and then we'd have a small fallout, and then we'd get back together.
It wasn't far into the relationship before Emma's friends and family began to see concerning signs. Emma's friends observed Riley exhibit behavior that they could only describe as controlling, possessive, and clingy. Riley wanted Emma to himself, and according to Emma's mom, Jill, Riley even attempted to control what Emma wore. This sort of jealousy and possessiveness is typical of abusive relationships. The perpetrator essentially treats the victim like a possession rather than a human being. It is common for perpetrators of abusive relationships to have antisocial personality disorder. Individuals with this personality disorder often have a need to dominate others and use others to fulfill their own emotional needs. Along with this, Riley quickly became obsessed with Emma and their relationship. Their relationship seems to have followed the 3 stages of obsession. The first is the absorbed stage. The initial attachment is extreme, and everything becomes serious very early on. The obsessive partner places the other partner in a specific role, which is consistent with Riley's attempt to dictate what Emma wore. Next comes the agitated stage. As the relationship progresses, the obsessive partner increasingly attempts to control the other. They text, call, or email numerous times a day. They're jealous of anyone or anything that takes time away from the relationship and attempt to isolate their partner from friends and family. The third and final stage is the aggressive stage, which typically starts when either previously successful attempts at controlling the partner have failed, or the partner has ended the relationship. At this point, the obsessive partner ups the ante. They may suddenly show up to places uninvited. They may alternate between pleas to reunite and vows of vengeance. For some desperate or disturbed individuals, the behavior can escalate to stalking, threats, or physical violence. As it turns out, in the midst of those breakups Riley referenced, he'd send Emma the most violent messages through social media. Among them,
It's okay.
I hate you, I hate everything about you. And you're the biggest I've ever come in contact with. The messages eventually escalated to a whole new, menacing level, with one in particular reading, "You're dead to me. I'll check the obituary. You." When Emma's parents caught wind of this, Riley was understandably no longer allowed in their home. They confiscated Emma's cell phone in an attempt to end communication between her and Riley, but the attempt failed. They advised Emma to break up with Riley, and her friends did the same. However, Emma wasn't ready to cut ties, and she was one to make her own decisions. It can be incredibly difficult for someone to leave an abusive relationship. Those on the outside often question why someone would stay, but abusers are not abusive all the time, and often have a seemingly loving side to them. By turning the charm on, abusers are able to manipulate their partner into staying, or giving the abuser another chance. However, the cycle of abuse will likely continue, and the level of abuse can escalate over time. And of course, Riley's behavior became increasingly alarming. He began stalking Emma. He'd wait for hours on end outside the supermarket where she worked and continued attempting to speak with her, even after Emma's parents had forbidden contact between the two. Finally, somewhere around early November of 2016, Emma ended things with Riley. In fact, she informed a close friend that they were done for good, and for a matter of about 2 weeks, friends and family had their Emma back. It's important to note that when someone leaves an abusive relationship, this is considered to be the most dangerous time. Once the abuser realizes that none of their usual tactics are working to get their partner back, their violent behavior may escalate because they feel so out of control. Shortly after Emma ended the relationship, Riley allegedly attempted to take his own life. Campus friends took him to the local hospital for treatment, effectively saving his life. Maybe it was then that he made the ultimate decision. If he couldn't have Emma, he'd see to it that no one would. Then, a crime of convenience presented itself. Back in Riley's previous interrogation, the questioning turned to the missing firearm. Investigators are starting to look at the means and access to the aspects of the crime, which is, in a sense, Riley's ability to commit the crime.
Now, I understand that your grandfather has had a gun stolen or missing or something to that effect. Yeah. Can you tell me about that?
It was during the week, last week, because he came and switched out my car with his car to go get the oil change back in Knoxville. So he left his car on campus, but he took his keys with him. And he said, when he got back, we switched out cars again. on campus, but he took his keys with him.
Okay.
So I didn't even go to the car because it only took an hour. He brought my car back. We switched out again, and that's when he got on the road and called me about 5 or 10 minutes later and asked if I had messed with his gun.
So did you have a way to use this car? I mean, did he give you a set of keys or anything?
He took the keys with him.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if you had an extra set or, I mean, like, I've got keys to my brother's vehicle.
He's got an extra to my car that he used. I kept my keys on me because I needed a key to my door.
Gotcha.
The detective has a few important questions.
Have you ever taken your grandfather's gun? No. Okay. Did anybody take it to show a buddy or anything, bring it back or nothing like that? Do you have any idea where your grandfather's car is now?
Riley maintains constant eye contact here. While many mistakenly believe that eye contact indicates honesty, the opposite is true. Sustained eye contact typically indicates dishonesty, as the individual is carefully watching to see if their story is being believed.
I understand he told you about the gun. I had that gun because I was scared about what happened. I know you don't believe me. You probably don't either. Whatever. I'm telling you.
I mean, I don't believe that, but I believe you more that you didn't shoot him because that's a big step.
Though we can't be sure which scary occurrence Riley was referring to, we know that the gun went missing before the weekend, and all the events that came with it even arrived. This simply cannot be explained away. Apparently, before Riley actually put the stolen gun to use, he made a couple of last-ditch efforts to reel Emma back in. There was the staged kidnapping, but Emma was wise to his scheming ways and told him to leave her alone. Riley retreated to his friend Noah's home, where he stayed the night. And you probably recall that Noah didn't even buy Riley's story of having been abducted.
I mean, I don't believe that, but I believe you more that you didn't shoot Emma because that's a big step.
Did you tell Noah all that?
Yeah. They thought I was messing with him.
This could be an indication that Riley's friends know that he tends to lie or make up stories. Lying is another key trait of individuals with antisocial personality disorder. These individuals lie in order to manipulate others and get their needs met. Since people with antisocial personality disorder lack empathy, they're often indifferent to the fact that their lies and manipulation can harm others. After the staged kidnapping failed to win Emma back, Riley conjured up a new plan and put it into action the following morning, Saturday, November 19th. The infamous masked man, dressed in all black. Emma was so terrified she'd later tell her friend she thought she was going to die.
So you went to the backyard, checked if you saw anything. How do you get in the backyard?
A good question here, seeing as how detectives know that a shot was fired into the house from the backyard.
There's off to the right side of her house, there's a gate that has no lock. You can just open up the latches and they would.
Detectives are effectively establishing Riley's familiarity with Emma's house and yard layout, which supports the establishment of ability, knowledge, and opportunity to commit the crime. Riley's knowledge of where to shoot in order to strike or frighten Emma is an important piece of evidence related to his ability to carry out the crime. Of course, by the time Riley arrived, the masked man was conveniently nowhere to be found. Around that very time, Emma's mother returned home.
Her mom pulled up. Mom saw me there. And her parents aren't fond of me, so she just saw me and told me to leave. And I was coming up to the car, I was like, I'm not here to harass her, I was just here because she called for help.
Here are some more authentic displays of Riley's nonverbals. We can be fairly certain this happened just as he said it, and his gestures are less restrained and more spontaneous. As well, they easily match up with what he's saying.
Her parents didn't care for me at all. Was because of the first time we broke up, I had cheated on her. And her parents never forgave me for that, even when she did. And they never let us have an actual relationship for the remainder of the time we were together. After that, that's when I went back over to Noah's house.
Do you have your phone with you?
I do not.
Oh, man. I'd like to see that text message from him. Just so I don't get
I don't. After today, I looked at everything. Because I know my wife can eat. I just don't want to think about it.
But clearly, there was a motive behind the act. It wasn't just a case of attempting to spare himself the painful memories of the love he'd once had and lost. The inspiration behind it was something much more calculated. He wanted to hide the contents of his conversations with Emma and didn't want to leave behind any information related to his whereabouts on the night she was killed. Or maybe the text messages never even happened, and Riley is claiming to have deleted them to explain the absence of messages. It would later be found that another one of Emma's friends had witnessed Riley roaming the neighborhood that morning, dressed in all black. After these most recent failed attempts to lure Emma back into his clutches, Riley had come
I gotta
to a
eat something
crossroads.
before it gets too late.
Emma had drawn the line in the sand. She was done once and for all. Riley, it seems, was faced with two choices. For one, he could choose to move on with his own life, just as Emma planned to do. Then, there was the other option. Just 2 days later, his decision would be reflected in an utterly horrendous act. You probably recall Riley's story of how Sunday night played out. Well, there was more to it than he'd originally led the detectives to believe. In fact, he'd failed to include the most crucial details about Monday's earliest hours.
But you said Sunday night that you let us know it was around 11.
Yeah.
You went back to campus. You said you got there around 11:45.
Called Emma from Mac's phone.
From Mac's phone.
Riley had borrowed a phone from his friend Max Siegel, also a football player at Maryville College, because Emma had either blocked his number or refused to answer his calls. Coincidentally, Mac was one of the friends who took Riley to the hospital for treatment a week or two earlier, after his attempt to take his own life. Oftentimes, people who are highly manipulative and controlling in relationships will make, or fake, an attempt to take their life as a means of trying to manipulate and control their partner. This is truly the ultimate form of emotional manipulation. This was the point where Riley realized he'd have to log out of his grandmother's computer in order to access his college email, or so he said. Then Riley's story took a peculiar detour, a poor attempt to explain away an account of a very suspicious alleged conversation that had made its way back to detectives.
You get back to the dorm, you said around 12:15.
Yeah, my dorm.
Walker's there.
Yes.
So, how do you have a conversation when you come in at 12:15 about how to get fingerprints on?
No, it wasn't a conversation with him. I walked in there, and I was about to get on my laptop, so I was in there for maybe 5 minutes, and then realized that I had to go back to log myself out of my Maryville College email address. And he was like, hey, I have this rifle or whatever. He was like, you know how to get smudges and stuff off, like the barrel, the handle, the butt, all that. And I was like, what do you mean smudges? And he was like your fingerprints, like the oil and dirt and all that. And I was like, I don't know.
Riley has made a poor attempt to establish an alternate set of facts in order to cover up the conversation about removing fingerprints on a firearm. However, detectives likely believe they have established Riley's knowledge of guilt, despite the fact that Riley was in a state of despair after the phone call with Emma hadn't gone well. He took the time to research the question further.
And when I called Noah upset about that, I told Noah on the phone, I said, when I asked him that question, he was like, it's a really sketchy question to ask. And I was like, I know, but you're the first person on the phone, so I figured I would just ask you.
Detectives had to have detected deception in that far-fetched tale. Of course, they let that one go for the time being and continued with Riley's account of that fateful Monday morning.
And you went back to your grandparents?
Yes, I walked out of their laptop.
He hides his hands in his pocket here, a gesture intended to give someone a sense of comfort and safety in a situation that is clearly becoming increasingly more stressful.
You got back to campus around 1 and you said you sat in the car and wept for 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah, just cried.
And why was that?
I just got it because I knew she wasn't going to come back, and I've always gotten her to come back in the past, and I was just, she blocked me on everything, so I couldn't send her anything. The only thing I could send her messages on was Twitter, and that's when I told you I sent that message around 1. I just told her how much I love her, and that I was sorry that she didn't want what we had anymore, and that I hoped that she was going to do great things in the future.
appears that Riley is picking at his nails here, which is a grooming gesture. Grooming behaviors alone are not a definite sign of deception, but they do indicate that the person may be feeling uncomfortable and is trying to release some anxiety, possibly because they're lying. Despite Riley saying how much he loved Emma, there's no emotion in his voice to support this, and he hasn't expressed any interest in finding out what happened to her.
And I told her I was going to leave her alone after that.
But there was one more thing he had to do before he'd leave her alone.
You ran back to arguing in your car?
Not that I know of. I was looking at my phone all the time, looking at pictures of us.
For 3 hours?
2.5 maybe. I mean, I just sat there and cried. I've done that before.
This window of time supposedly spent in his car is a convenient explanation of his whereabouts for those 3 hours, which we know was precisely the time that Emma was killed in her room. Also convenient is the fact that no one saw him because he was alone in his car. So a roommate, for instance, can't be questioned later and asked when Riley returned to the dorm that night. Riley, the master manipulator, is using his go-to tactic, his supposed emotional distress. The detective then deferred to his partner and asked if he had any questions. However, Riley was wise to the tactic.
They were playing the good cop, bad cop, but like, they legit, like, I didn't know cops actually did that shit, and they do. Because the one that was being decent was asking me all the questions, and then when he was done, he'd be like, do you have any questions? And then the guy would just be like, yeah, I was just wondering why you're a little foggy on who you're with, and you seem like you're kind of lying to it. And I was like, I'm not lying.
Yet it didn't quite unfold like Riley had described.
You worked at Ingles, did you not?
Yes.
Have you ever had any disturbance or anything with her at Ingles?
Disturbances.
Have y'all ever got a fight in the parking lot or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't remember what day, but it was maybe a week and a half ago. I met her when she was going to work because she had done the same thing she'd been doing. She'd been blocking me, telling me she was done. And I went there and I told her I was trying to just get her to reason with me.
Then the bad cop has a few more pertinent questions for Riley.
And every time I talk to somebody, the gun has come up, the Eagles Park. You turn there with a gun, they're saying that I may have a gun and I don't want to wear it have you or anything like that?
Not the Eagles Park.
Not there, but have you done that before then?
No, I've never done that.
Why does people say that you may have a gun?
I don't know.
I mean, they're your friends. I mean, they're your boys. They're your peeps. Why would they keep telling me that you have a gun? I mean, help me understand that. So does Alex, Isaac, and Noah is your three best friends?
3 of them, yes.
I mean, y'all three. I mean, so you spent a weekend with Noah. We're close. Okay.
Really? Are they liars? Are they dishonest? Everybody's a liar. Are they honest? No, not necessarily. Everybody lies. I don't know why they would lie or why they got that common misconception that
Did one of them have it?
The gun?
Yeah.
No.
You don't think one of them had it?
No.
Did somebody in your circle have it?
Nobody could get to it. My grandfather always kept it under his car or under the bed.
Naturally, Riley wasn't pleased that his friends had disclosed information about the gun they knew he had in his possession. His displeasure is clearly reflected in a text message thread between him and his friend Alex, shortly after Riley's only interview took place. Why did you tell him about the gun? Riley asks Alex. I think I shot her because of it. Please text me back. Among Alex's replies. If you didn't do anything, you have nothing to hide. Why did you tell me you were trying to get rid of the gun? You lied and said you already gave it back to your grandpa. Then that evening, Riley followed up with some questionable legal counsel for both Alex and Noah.
What I'm saying is if I have to go to court in front of a grand jury or anything and you have to testify or if the cops come and talk to you again, whenever you talk to them, just be like, you were too afraid to tell them that you were on acid because you thought you were going to get in trouble.
No, that's true. I would never mention that, yeah.
Yeah, and if anything about that gun, just say, I must have misunderstood or something because I was tripping balls. I really don't know what was going on. He was just, like, Riley was just complaining to me about some stuff. I guess I thought I heard something about a gun. And his grandfather thinking that he took it. You know, if you told him you're on LSD, you were drunk, and you were high, your mind was altered. Whatever statement you give them wasn't a straightforward answer. If you just tell them that you were on acid, high, and drunk, and you didn't really understand what I was saying, you just kind of went along with it, I'd just tell them I was the only sober person here. And I guess I'll talk to Isaac, because Isaac's going to be sketchy about that too, with telling the cops that he was on the drug, but I'll talk to him another time.
The detectives decide it's time to confront Riley. It's obvious he isn't being forthcoming with them, and they definitely aren't convinced by his elaborate lies. They apply more pressure as they lay it all out for him.
We have a gun that belongs to your grandfather that is missing. Okay? We have all your friends saying that you've been talking about this gun. We have one of your friends saying that he saw you with the gun, that you showed him the gun, and that you told him you got it from your grandfather. Okay? Okay. I find it hard to believe that these guys are just making it up.
I don't have anything else to say. I told you the truth for me. So I think it's going to be the same question, that's the same answer.
Riley is clearly frustrated at this point, but he sticks with his original story and remains consistent. In a last-ditch effort to get more from Riley, the detectives divulge a bit of what they've found so far.
We've recovered some rounds, and those rounds happen to match the same type of ammunition that your grandfather uses in his gun.
So you do know how she got it?
I didn't say that. I said that we have recovered some rounds, and those rounds are the same type of rounds that your grandfather uses in his gun.
Look at his hand movement. Even while in his pocket, his hands shift up to cover his stomach when he's told the bullets match his grandfather's gun. When someone finds themselves in a vulnerable situation, they may put their hands over their stomach to comfort themselves and feel more protected. When a suspect doesn't show a level of concern that is appropriate for the situation, detectives will see this as a red flag. While it's true that people may handle grief and difficult news differently, having a complete lack of reaction to finding out the cause of your loved one's unexpected death would be unusual for someone who is innocent. Riley's focus throughout the interrogation has remained on himself, and he hasn't expressed any interest in finding out what happened to the girl he supposedly loved. Of course, we're now aware that he knows exactly what happened to Emma.
If I am able to find your grandfather's gun, then I can match that to these rounds that I found and determine whether or not that gun and these rounds are actually from the same place. So, help me.
I'm helping you.
Okay.
I don't know.
I understand that.
But Riley sticks to his story.
Your timeline, while it's somewhat consistent, still has holes in it.
There's one major hole in his story.
You say you sat in the car for 3 hours and wept?
Yeah,
let me ask you, did you call anybody during that time? Any friends or family or anything like that?
Of course, Riley can't recall for sure. He'd have to take a look at his cell phone, which conveniently is not on him at this time. But with the help of local cell towers, Riley's path during those 3 hours is traced, and the findings completely destroy his story. Riley left campus slightly before 12:15 a.m., just as he'd stated. However, he didn't return until approximately 4:20 a.m. At the time Emma's death was estimated to have occurred, roughly around 3 a.m., Riley was clearly in the vicinity of Emma's home, nowhere near the college campus. This evidence is difficult to refute, to say the least. As the interview is coming to a close, the bad cop drops one more bombshell on Riley.
Outside that house today, the house was shot up, a couple rounds. Alright. The rounds that were found out there, hold on. Okay. The rounds that were found out there came from your grandfather's gun. I don't know where the gun's at. Well, who would want to take your grandfather's gun and take it to that house and shoot at that house? I do not know where the gun is. Do you know anybody who's going to do that? I don't know anyone that would ever want to hurt that girl.
Riley's detachment and lack of feeling for Emma is evidenced in the way he repeatedly refers to her as that girl, rather than using her name. This also allows him to distance himself from her. Riley remains unaffected by the pressure and is very confident, So much so that it almost seems as if this is something he's familiar with. Though Riley may appear unaffected by the pressure, he's rubbing his face, which is generally considered to be a self-soothing behavior. Then the detective proposes a potential explanation.
I'm not saying that. Don't say that he's trying to hurt her. Maybe somebody's trying to scare her or something. I'm not saying that that's what's happened over there. But I'm saying that the house was shot. No, I don't know anyone that would want to do that.
The detective seems to be trying to provide Riley with a way out, a possible explanation that he can use, because it's likely easier for Riley to confess that he was trying to scare Emma, rather than confessing to intentionally trying to shoot her. The detective is probably hoping that Riley will find himself cornered, and then ultimately confess to this less severe explanation of Emma's death. Make a mental note of the detective's explanation.
Maybe somebody's trying to scare her or something. I'm not saying that that's what's happened over there.
You'll see that it will surface again shortly. At this point, the detectives have found themselves between a rock and a hard place. They're not gaining any ground. The interview is concluded. Riley seems confident that he's outmaneuvered the detectives, as if he already has this one in the bag.
They interrogated me for 2.5 hours. If they could, they would have arrested me already.
Riley is likely feeling confident that as long as he gets rid of the gun, the detectives won't have enough evidence to convict him. He may have an inflated sense of self-esteem and believe he can outsmart the police, and even get away with murder. However, as he sits on this very sofa before two of his closest friends and feeds them false information to relay to law enforcement, there's much more going on behind the scenes than he could ever imagine. The sting operation was carried out Tuesday night, just one day after Emma was murdered and Riley was questioned. As you heard, everything went down as planned, and the operation proved to be a success. When the trial rolled around in May of 2018, Riley and his attorneys adopted a creative defense. You probably recall this.
I'm not saying that. Don't say that he's trying to hurt her. Maybe somebody's trying to scare her or something. I'm not saying that that's what's happened over there. But I'm saying that the house was shot. No, I don't know anyone that would want to do that.
Well, according to his attorney, Riley had never intended to harm Emma. The 2 gunshots that pierced the exterior walls of her home were simply another attempt to scare Emma, in hopes she'd reach out to him for help once again. He never intended to shoot her, they claimed. In the end, though, the jury found no credibility in the defense. Riley was found guilty of stalking, theft, reckless endangerment, possession of a firearm during a dangerous felony, and, of course, first-degree murder. And in Tennessee, a first-degree murder conviction is accompanied by an automatic life sentence. In keeping with her thoughtful nature, March 24th will remain Emma Walker Day in Knoxville. It will remain a time to recall the happy memories and perform random acts of kindness in memory of a kind soul whose life was cut far too short.
The back hurts, beesh.
Carissa? Yes. Hi, I'm Investigator Keel. I'm hanging out with Investigator Bobby today. We appreciate you coming out. Yeah, that's no problem. I know y'all don't want to work on the weekend. That's all good. So when you said the best way to do it is a quiet way, was that before or after she's telling you about the back door?
That was before. Because I had told her, the best way to do it, I would be quietly. I heard it, if you put a potato on a barrel and keep it quiet, or she was asking me about a pillow, pillow works for sound too.
You have to tell me the truth. I know that you told me a lie earlier, but you knew you told it to me, and it took you a little bit, but you admitted to telling me the lie.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You need to find it in your heart to do the same thing because you're about to go down a path you don't want to go down.
I didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell anyone to kill anyone.
Okay, what did you tell him? What did you tell him to do?
I
find it. One of the pins is in there.
Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, had been filled with joy for 35-year-old Edgar Jennings III. A professional gamer, there was one thing he loved even more than Madden football: his young daughter. On this day, they were together celebrating her 4th birthday.
My whole life spending my birthday party, Daddy.
Your best birthday party in all 4 years? Yeah.
Thank you, Daddy.
You're welcome, baby. I love you very much.
I love you too.
Sadly, by the end of the night, that precious family moment would become the last time she would ever see her father alive.
One person dead after an apparent home invasion in Fort Walton Beach. A 911 call sent Okaloosa deputies to Culp Avenue about midnight. Callers said someone was trying to get into a home and that they heard gunshots. Deputies found a man's body. They're still collecting evidence and have not released any other details.
At 11:48 p.m., deputies responded to Edgar Jennings' apartment after multiple 911 callers reported a possible break-in. Moments later, additional calls came in reporting gunfire, along with a man yelling for help. When deputies arrived, they found Jennings outside his apartment suffering from an apparent gunshot wound to the head. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Witnesses described seeing a thin black male with dreadlocks and a red bandana covering his face running from the area. At that point, investigators had very little to go on. They needed to determine what had happened, who was responsible, and whether there was any ongoing danger. But as detectives began following the evidence, the motive behind the shooting would prove both unexpected and deeply troubling.
Hey!
Oh, we thought it was a back door.
Carissa? Yes. Hi, I'm Investigator Keel.
Detectives arrived on the scene and began piecing together what had happened. As is typical in homicide investigations, they started with the victim's inner circle. Carissa Lynn Parker, the mother of Jennings' 4-year-old daughter, was quickly identified as someone who could provide insight into his recent interactions, relationship dynamics, and potential motives. Because the circumstances suggested this may not have been a random act, investigators quickly sought consent to review Parker's phone, knowing recent communications often help establish timeline and context. Quick note before we continue. Portions of the interview video were heavily redacted by the releasing agency. As a result, you may notice occasional abrupt cuts or brief gaps in the conversation.
And if you change your mind, you tell me. I call my partner on here, finish up. So,
I mean,
do you want to talk and finish up?
I see some pictures of mine you don't want to see.
Well, that's not what we're interested in.
Carissa told detectives she was currently renting a room and was in between permanent housing. She was unemployed at the time, supporting herself through temporary jobs like babysitting. She was on public assistance, and her driver's license was suspended. She said she hoped to return to school, complete her GED, and continue her education. After the rapport building, the conversation turned to Edgar. Carissa explained that they met sometime around 2012 or 2013. She described the relationship as toxic, marked by frequent arguments. She added there had always been ongoing tension between them, most recently involving issues related to their daughter and allegations she made that are not in the public record.
Was there a certain point that your relationship with Edgar kind of, I don't want to say went south, but I mean, what might have caused all this tension between you? I mean, have you guys normally, up until this point, got along?
He gets mad at me. He goes off on me. There's been plenty of instances where he's blatantly disrespectful to me. Stacy has told him to stop being so disrespectful to me before on multiple occasions. Stacy was mad at me. Stacy's been mad at me because the last time we all got into an argument, which was the beginning of October when I came out here, she just said, I don't understand why y'all hate each other so much. Y'all must still love each other because I've never seen two people argue so much. I said, Stacy, do you really want to know why I hate him? And it's because last year when they first moved into their apartment, when we came out there for Halloween, Edgar attempted to have sex with me while Stacy was in the bathtub. I never said anything to Stacy, and because I didn't say anything to Stacy, she says that that's being disloyal, and she was mad about that. That's the only thing that she's been mad at me for.
Detectives asked Carissa how she first learned that...
Ew, she has my name!
She explained that earlier that morning, she had called his mother about an unrelated matter.
She got my
during
name!
that conversation that she was informed of his death.
I called. I said, hi, Miss Linda. She said, no, I'm not going to be able to. I'm on my way out the door. I'm going to the doctor. I have to go see the doctor.
She got my name.
And I said, well, I hope everything's okay. And she said, you know, my son is dead. And I said, what? Like, I'm confused. I hit the floor. I start crying. Start having a panic attack. I'm at Lacey's house with her 2 babies, and I'm on the floor falling apart. Nobody called me. I didn't even know that it happened until I called her, and she told me. I asked her what happened. She said she didn't know any details, just that somebody tried to break into the house and he got shot.
Gotcha. So, what's going on right now with you? Like, when
she looks under influence.
Edgar passing away, what is your thoughts on everything going on?
Besides the fact that I'm devastated, besides the fact that I don't know how I'll ever be able to explain this, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around
You
this
don't
whole
look
situation,
devastated.
to be completely honest with you.
I mean, it's got to be a difficult situation. I mean, have you talked to Stacy today?
I tried to call her after I talked to Edgar's mother. She wouldn't answer the phone.
All right. Do you have any questions or anything about anything that's going on?
No, I do.
I understand it. And we're gonna walk out. Just gonna take a quick break real quick. I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor, see what's going on with that.
The rest of the interview was relatively routine, and Carissa was allowed to leave. As the investigation moved forward, detectives gathered witness statements and nearby surveillance footage. Witnesses reported seeing the suspected shooter get into the passenger side of a sedan parked on the east side of Carmel Drive shortly after the gunfire. Security footage helped investigators identify the vehicle as a 2010 green Hyundai Sonata. As detectives reviewed phone data obtained from Carissa's device, they identified a connection between that vehicle and someone in her contacts. Based on that information, investigators asked Carissa to return for a second interview to clarify her whereabouts that night and better understand her connection to the individuals involved.
All right. Remember you let us download your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've looked through that whole thing. That night that you downloaded it, we didn't have an opportunity to really get into anything.
Okay.
But we have looked through it. Okay. And there's some concerning stuff on here that
I'm
is
not
kinda
married,
not consistent
and I
with
don't
your
have
story.
OnlyFans.
Okay, as far as what?
Well, that's a lie. I have an OnlyFans, but
So,
it's not OnlyFans.
First of all, who is Marlon?
Never posted nudes on there, never will.
Marlon?
Or Marilyn?
Marilyn?
Yeah.
Someone that I worked with at the Quality Inn.
Okay. What's your relationship other than that? Do you have anything? You ever stay with her? Or?
I go to her house and hang out sometimes.
I've spent the night once or twice, yeah.
Okay.
We worked together for 7-8 months, so.
And I'm going to tell you, I mean, there's some stuff in here that we're going to talk about that, you know, I've been completely honest to you this entire time.
I'm not married, I'm
This is
widowed.
a homicide investigation. Edgar's dead, and we're trying to get to the bottom of some stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So have you ever told Marilyn that you wanted to kill Edgar?
I was upset. I did say that. I know I did.
Okay.
Did I really mean it? Absolutely not. I mean, that's why I gave you, obviously I knew all of that was in my phone. I knew it was going to come up. I knew you were going to ask me about it.
Okay.
But no, I would never actually want him dead. I was very upset with him, the way he has talked to me. It just, I let him get under my skin sometimes, and I was upset.
Okay. Do you remember the last time you spoke to Marilyn?
I talked to her on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Which was the 18th? No, that's
The 19th.
19th.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember talking to her or texting with her on the 18th?
Yeah, I think I talked to her on the 18th. I've been talking to a lot of people the last couple of days over the weekend and stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, more than likely I did talk to her.
Did she know that you were coming over to file a complaint with DOXXING to try to?
I went to Escambia County and filed the restraining order. I may have mentioned something to her about it, yeah.
Okay.
I told a couple of people that I was trying to file a restraining order, so I don't remember exactly what I said to her, but yeah, I probably did.
Okay. Do you remember her asking how'd it go? Like asking you how everything went over there?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember saying, the police wouldn't help me?
Oh, I believe that was probably Sunday night, because I did come out here Sunday evening.
Mm-hmm. That's what I meant. When you came out here and you called over at Walmart.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
She said how'd it go, and you said it didn't. The police wouldn't help me.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what you said to her next?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure it was something to the effect of Edgar, pissed me off. I'm gonna hurt him or whatever. I don't really know exactly what I said. I'm sure it was something about what you said a few minutes ago, so.
No, it was time to call the goons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Who's the goons?
I don't have any goons. Like I said, I was just talking. I was upset and I was angry. I was emotional.
Absolutely, you're confrontational about it, right?
Yeah, I don't have any goons.
Okay.
I smoke pot. I don't hang around drug dealers or people who mess with guns. I don't hang around anybody.
Okay. I don't think this play is gonna work.
I don't.
So, tell me a little bit about what you did on the 19th. What was going on with you on the 19th, which would have been Tuesday?
Me and Lacey were together for a little while. I went to Lacey's house. We ate dinner. I went to my cousin's house to visit with my sister because my sister lives there for a little while. And
Cousin being Kyla?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's her house, but my sister lives with her.
Mm-hmm.
And I went over there to hang out for a little while. I was upset.
I don't feel like dealing with this right now.
So I went over there.
Yeah, it's
and
crumbling.
I went back to Lacey's house.
Should I put thinner in it?
Okay.
I have clay thinner.
So, at 8:10, do you remember talking about wanting to get a whip? What's a whip? I know what a whip is, but...
Yeah, Kyra's car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what were you trying to get the whip for?
Went to the grocery store.
To go to the grocery store?
Yeah, I had my food stamp card. I was letting Kyra get some groceries in her house. She has 2 kids. she's waiting for her food stamps to get approved for right
Clay
now.
softener and thinner.
So I was going, that's what we were doing.
Okay.
Which store do
I
you
don't
guys
think
have
that this is
going
gonna help, but let's
Walmart?
try.
Walmart? Where at? Which, I'm not familiar with
On
this game.
Mobile Highway.
On Mobile? Okay.
Who is TG?
Just a friend of mine.
You know his name?
I only know him as TG. It's who I want to pop from.
Okay.
If I'm being honest with you, it's who I'm all the way from.
Okay.
I want to go buy some.
You friends with him on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. What's his name?
This is gross
What's
and
his
messy.
Facebook name?
TG.
No,
I mean,
it's not Goon.
oh. No, it's TG Phillips on his.
Yeah, I want to show you. Yeah.
It's not working, and I'm not dealing with this. I'm just gonna throw it out.
Right here. Phillips TG.
Do you usually communicate with him through Messenger or Snapchat or
It's not coming together.
If normally it's just text message. I mean, I might talk to him on Facebook sometimes, but normally text message.
So you
I don't like
texted
this.
TG, okay, and told him I'm on my way to get the whip.
Not worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
When I got the car, we went to the grocery store. I went to go get him.
That was at 8:10.
Yeah.
That was after Kyra said you could use her car whenever you needed it or whenever you were ready.
Yeah.
Okay. At 8:38, Kyra texts and says, or she texts you.
Too dry, and it's
what
not.
time will you be back?
I'm gonna throw this out.
You told Kyra, well, it takes an hour to get there and an hour to get back, so maybe by midnight. What takes an hour? Where are you driving to for an hour?
Walmart is about 15 minutes from her house, since it's 10 minutes from my grandma's house, about 15 minutes or so.
All right,
And then
I'm going to stop you right there.
lived-
I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
It's very important that you're extremely honest with me at this point, because right now I know you're lying, okay? And I'm giving you one opportunity, and that's it.
Okay.
Now it's time to start talking about what takes an hour to get from Pensacola to where?
Miss Carissa, let's.
It's tripping me out that they're saying my
What
name.
takes an hour? How long does it take to get here?
It took us an hour and a half.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And then an hour to get back. So possibly by midnight. And you're talking about at 8:30. You're talking about that at 8:30.
but I was back at Lacey's house way before that, and Lacey can tell you that I was probably back at Lacey's house by like 10:30.
Okay. With the car?
No, I left. My cousin dropped me off at Lacey's house. I took her car back to her house.
You didn't let anybody else drive that car?
No.
Okay. You didn't let TD drive that car? Be very careful, because I've got answers that I don't think you know I know. Okay. So let's start over. Did you let TJ drive that, or TG drive that car?
I think this one's gonna be crumbly too.
Yes. Okay.
Nala, get out.
Okay.
I don't.
And where did he go?
I don't know where he went.
Okay.
He told me, listen, I don't know where he went. I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna bring one more thing up. So on
This is also
September 4th,
dry and crumbly.
you texted
So
TG and said, "I'm here. I need an
garbage.
Okay.
I wonder if I
a
like
minute
put
later,
the
he
softener
says,
on
"All
it
right,
and I just like let
you
it
don't
sit
talk to him
overnight,
again
if that will
until
do anything,
November
but
18th.
I doubt it.
Right.
This one's more workable than the
That's
other one
very
though.
suspicious,
This one,
considering that
like
on
this, I'm getting like a
11/18,
small piece
you
to come
told-
together.
was it Maryland?
Yeah.
That you need the goon. You're gonna call the goon. Time to call the goon.
So I don't think I'm gonna throw this one out. I'm gonna try to work with this
Okay.
one.
Here's what the problem is. You tell him that I'm on my way to get the whip, and he says bet. Okay. And then you have telephone calls with him, obviously off of text messages. Okay. And listen, I'm not saying necessarily you told him to go over there and do what he did. I think you told him to go over there and possibly scare him. And he got confronted by Edgar with a knife and had to do it, and probably just took a pistol over there. Maybe you told him there was some weed over there. I need you to go over there and scare him, whatever it is. I don't think you told TG to go over there and kill Edgar, but I do think you told him where he lived. You told him that he's probably got some weed. Stacy might have some powder in there. I think that you didn't realize that Edgar was probably going to come out of a house with a knife after he tried to force his way in there, and he didn't probably intend to go over there to shoot anybody. But I think you were trying to send a message.
Because the system failed? I mean, don't you think the system failed you?
You were on your wit's end. You said the cops are not going to help. The cops are not going to help me. It's time to call the goon. Oh my gosh, TG's considered the goon on Facebook.
No, he's not on Facebook. His name is TG Phillips.
Okay.
I just showed you that.
Okay. Well, he's labeled in other databases as the goon as a nickname. Okay.
Well, I did not know that.
Well, that's another coincidence. It just doesn't work out. Okay, but you have to tell me the truth. I know that you told me a lie earlier, but you knew you told it to me, and it took you a little bit, but you admitted to telling me the lie.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you need to find it in your heart to do the same thing because you're about to go down a path you don't want to go down.
I didn't tell him to kill I didn't tell anyone to kill anyone.
Okay, what did you tell him to do?
I would not have done that.
What did you tell him to do?
I just...
Be careful, because I'm telling you, we know more than you think, and I'm giving you this one chance to tell me the truth.
I only told him what was going on.
Okay.
I told him that he lived in Fort Walton.
Okay.
I didn't give him the physical address. I don't know how he found it out.
Okay.
I really don't.
Okay. Did he tell you what he did or what happened?
No, I really haven't talked to him at all since the night of the 19th, and he was back so fast that I didn't think that he even
went.
No.
By this point, detectives suspected Carissa had more information than she initially disclosed. But suspicion alone wasn't enough. They needed confirmation, not just circumstantial connections. About 2 weeks later, investigators got a major break. Working with a cooperating individual, detectives arranged a controlled phone call with Carissa. During the conversation, Carissa referred to the shooter as TG, a nickname for Jordan Phillips, and acknowledged driving him to Edgar's residence that night. According to investigators, Carissa described venting to TG about her ongoing issues with Edgar when the situation escalated. TG allegedly produced a firearm and told her to take him to the house. He was going to solve the problem then and there. For detectives, the call provided something they had been missing: direct evidence placing Carissa in the car and linking her to the events leading up to the shooting. After the controlled call, detectives decided to speak with her again. This time, the interview wasn't scheduled. They contacted her when they were already nearby, and from the moment she saw them, she seemed to understand the situation had become much more serious.
He didn't answer.
How you doing? Sorry, my phone is off. When I get a phone call, I can't make a phone call back. It's the only reason I haven't called you back yet.
Okay. I tried to call the house phone.
Oh, I don't really answer the house phone. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, unless I make a call from the house phone or I know somebody's going to call me from the house phone, I don't really... Can I go check on the baby real quick? Is that okay? Or I just laid them down. I just want to make sure the 1-year-old didn't get up. And because they're in Terrence and Lisa's room. I don't want to... The bedroom is like right there. I'm going to go right around that corner.
Carissa asks to step inside to check on a toddler, a request that can sometimes signal someone is gauging whether they're still free to move, without directly asking if they're about to be arrested.
Mind if we just step in and make sure?
No, I do mind. This is not my house. I can't give you permission to come in. But you can watch me walk to the bedroom.
So this isn't our jurisdiction, so that's not our call. This is parents. So if you could just
Wow, I'm working really hard for this freaking
about 30
clay.
minutes, at least.
What do you say? 30 minutes?
30. So Terrence is, they're like doing stuff with work.
Yeah,
So
I know.
he said somebody can get here, but it would just be like 30 minutes. Because they're at the other end of Crestview. So what I came over here was I have new information that I want to talk to you about, but I don't want to have to do it with kids running around and all that. So I know it's a pain in the butt, but if you're willing with us, we can take you back down to my office.
I mean, I can have somebody be here within 30 minutes to give me a ride out there. I know that y'all said y'all would bring me way out here before, but I don't like being stuck without a ride if I just...
Okay.
So, I don't see why that's an issue. Every other time it hasn't been an issue, I've been asked multiple times if I could get a ride.
Yeah.
So,
okay, well let me call, Lacey tried to call me when I was walking up here, so let me call Lacey right back. Just hold tight at the door for me with Chris, okay?
She coming?
She's on her way.
I mean, I can't grab it.
I'm sorry.
I'll get it.
Are the kids asleep?
No, the baby's probably asleep.
How far away is Lacey?
I don't know.
Blue Angel Parkway. She's on her way here. They had to switch trucks. Hey, Robbie, do they have like a glass of water?
Yeah, hey, can we get a water for her? Thank you.
Alright, well he's doing that. So, like I said, we had a warrant for you for accessory, so I wanna sit and talk to you, but I just have to read this to you real quick, okay? So, Carissa, before I ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk, and that's where he's saying we're not promising you things. We're not coercing you to talk to us. This is voluntary stuff. We want, like he said, that's why I called you this morning, and it's not funny. I was concerned. Like, we got information that this,
Yeah, this guy's been looking for me.
Yes,
pretty much ever since I came and talked to you about station. He's been trying to reach me. That's why I didn't pay my phone bill, because Lacey pays me every day, but I didn't pay my phone bill because if it's that important, I can still get a phone call, and I just missed your call this morning. So I don't know.
Okay, and that's why I came to the house. Like, I called you, got in my car, and drove straight to Lacey's.
Yeah.
Because I know we've talked a couple of times, but Carissa, like, this is it, okay? Like, we need to know, because we can't help you, and we can't do anything without knowing what happened. So I need you to tell me what happened.
Basically, we were just supposed to hang out. That was the original plan. I got Kyra's car to hang out with him.
And
we were gonna go hang out. We got in the car. When I got to his house, he got in the car.
Okay, who is he? So we're both on the same page. Okay.
I don't know. When I said goons in the text messages, that was literally just a figure of speech. As far as I know, his nickname is Goon. I mean, TG or Trigger. That's all I know him by. I don't even know if Phillips is his first or last name when I showed you guys his Facebook page. I don't know.
Okay. So y'all were supposed to hang out.
I was going to get some weed from him. We were going to hang out and smoke. When I got there, he got in the car. He was like, will you take me to go hit a lick? I said yes. So I went, we got in the car and we rode. After we made the serve of the drugs that he was selling to whoever it was, because we were talking the whole time, he was like, sorry.
Take your time.
Okay, so once we made the serve, he was like, so what's going on? Obviously, about what was going on. I vented to quite a few people. I was very upset with Edgar. Sure. But not upset enough to where I actually wanted. People say so many things when they're angry. So when he was like, what's going on?
What happened?
And I don't really know what to do. This was after I went and tried to file an injunction that Monday morning. I was just trying to find any way that I could. He, at that point, which, let me back up, because when he was getting in the car, he was acting strange anyways. He was acting like he was on something, but I've never known him to do drugs. I've only known him to smoke weed. Anytime I've ever done anything, it was only smoke weed with him. But he was just acting like his adrenaline was rushing almost. Mm-hmm. So I was like, yeah, man. I was like, he's pissing me off. I don't understand why he's doing this. At that moment in time, he pulled out a gun and waved it around. And he said, well, we can go handle this right now. And I was like, no. I was like, I don't really want. And he basically was like, take me over there, and made me drive the car. The only reason I probably could have called the police. I probably could have done, but I had a gun in my face. I've never even seen a gun, really, you know what I mean? Not in that type of manner. I mean, like, Lacey and Terrence own guns, but I've never had somebody, like, waving around a gun in my face before. So we drove out there. I tried to take him to the wrong house, but he wasn't buying it, really. I don't know.
Was it threatening, or was he just kind of acting hard and going, I can handle this for you?
He was basically telling me, you're going to show me where he's at, and I'm going to take care of this. I didn't think that he was crazy enough to do it. I really didn't. We went out there. I told him which house it was. He had me wait for him. I wanted to drive off so bad, but I was so scared to drive off. I didn't know what to do. On the way back, he said, because I heard the shots, and he got back in the car. I don't even know where he came from, because he came from behind where I was. I was just sitting kind of like at the end of the road. He came up from behind. He hopped in the car. I was frozen. He was like, go. And I just kind of, and he pulled the gun back out, or he still had it in his hand. I don't really know. And I heard it click, and he said, go. So I went. And I don't know. I just drove.
Carissa claimed that after she vented about her ongoing issues with Edgar, TG acted on his own. She denied taking part in any planning or ever asking for Edgar to be harmed. Carissa was charged with accessory after the fact, based on allegations she drove the suspected shooter to and from the scene and did not notify law enforcement afterward. The next day, Jennings' family filed a petition for custody of their daughter. Investigators had already identified the suspected shooter as Jordan Phillips. 4 days later, U.S. Marshals located and arrested the 24-year-old in Pensacola. During questioning, Phillips initially denied involvement. He mentioned being fired from his job earlier that day, a detail investigators believed may have contributed to his state of mind. As the interview continued, Phillips admitted he was the shooter, but claimed there was a reason for what he did, an explanation that conflicted with Carissa's version of events.
There's one other person in this building that's here, and I don't think he has cigarettes. I'm almost done. I just have a couple more questions, okay? You said that she said that she wanted Edgar, Rissa, wanted Edgar gone forever. When you think that was in October, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Either October or early November.
Okay. So when you said the best way to do it is a quiet way.
Yeah.
Was that before or after she's telling you about the back door?
That was before. Because I had told her, the best way to do it, I would be quietly. I heard, if you put a potato on a barrel and keep it quiet, or she was asking me about a pillow, if a pillow works for silence, and I told her I didn't know. All I heard was about potatoes. She was like, well, I got $13, you can go to Walmart and get potatoes, whatever.
In January 2020, a grand jury indicted both defendants on first-degree premeditated murder. However, to no one's surprise, the case never reached trial. Instead, like most criminal cases in the U.S., it was resolved through plea deals. Carissa Parker pled guilty to second-degree murder with a firearm. In exchange, she received 53 years in prison with 25 years mandatory. Jordan Phillips pleaded guilty to second-degree murder with a firearm and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Despite being convicted on 2 counts, his sentence was 40 years, also carrying a 25-year mandatory minimum. If you go strictly by the sentencing outcomes, Jordan Phillips appears to have received the more favorable deal, even though he was the admitted shooter and a prior convicted felon. Why is this? Well, courts often consider the person who orchestrates or sets a crime in motion to be just as culpable, if not more so, than the person who carries it out. Perhaps that's what happened here. Yet
This
beyond the
play
legal
is really
outcomes,
annoying.
what makes this case especially hard to swallow is how little it appears to have taken for things to spiral out of control. What began as frustration over an alleged personal dispute suddenly escalated into extreme violence carried out by someone who had never even met the victim. A man is dead, a child has lost her father, and 2 people now face decades behind bars. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe the sentencing is fair? As usual, feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section.
Dozens of people join in on the search for a missing San Antonio woman.
We want to know what happened to this amazing woman who was such an amazing pillar to the community.
There's a lot of unanswered questions.
In the evening hours of March 24th, 2014,
Yeah,
police
it's
responded
really
to a
dry.
shooting at a
And
residence
now
in Coeur
it's
d'Alene,
like
Idaho.
sticky a little bit, but
Little did they know they were walking into the home of someone so obsessed with zombies that they not only believed they were real, but he and his son were actually preparing for the zombie apocalypse. What police found inside the house was more horrific and bizarre than they could have ever imagined.
Blood trail along this hallway leads into this room.
There's a lot of weird.
Okay.
That mug says this is my zombie killing mug.
Where are you ignoring?
I do not have to do anything control. That's at point where.
The bachelor's degree?
Do you believe in the zombie apocalypse? Do you believe that's going to happen? Probably.
When police arrived at the house, they discovered that the 911 call reporting the shooting had been placed by the 14-year-old. They found him waiting outside.
Get your phone.
Got some blood on him right there.
Can we figure out what's going on, bud? Okay.
As police will soon find out, the story about how he came to be covered in blood is even more twisted than they ever could have imagined. For everyone's safety, deputies still need to secure the house and verify if there's anyone else inside the home.
I'm gonna try. I have a plan.
What they discover is nothing short of
I'm
haunting.
going to.
The following footage has never been seen before.
I've got blood footprints on the ground in there.
But before you go in, just a minute.
Quarterline, please come out with your hands up.
Try to
Site in the
let
kitchen.
this soak in the
Clear
thinner
over the window.
overnight. I'm
You
gonna
see
wrap
the guns on the
this
counter right
around
there
that,
on the left. Okay. You guys.
and then tomorrow, maybe try to play with it.
Yes, you see this window. Copy. I'm going behind you.
There's somebody back there, maybe?
Yep. Okay. I'll hold this on the right if you go through the left. Quarterline, please come out with your hands up. Small room. Clear. Clear. I'm gonna pull this blanket. You guys get a visual on this guy, okay? Show me your hands. Got it. Got one barrel. Looks deceased. There's a second one. Second. Juvenile. Okay. Appears to be deceased as well. I'm gonna pie him. Okay, got it. I don't see anybody in the bathroom. There's still a shower back there. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna go through and clear. I can go through and clear if you want. I'm gonna go through and clear the bathroom. Okay, go ahead. Bathroom's clear.
I wonder if all the female players like that.
And leg.
Now I kind of want to see.
I got a door here. I'm gonna check. Quarterline, please come out with your hands up.
That would be really unfortunate.
Small room clear. Absolutely. I'm gonna check for pulse in the dad.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some Christmas stuff, but not now.
Still warm. I can't feel it. Yep. Yeah, checking wrist. I can't tell if it's my heart racing or his.
I'll grab you one medical guy from check.
Come, bring him in. Bring him in. I got a slight pulse. I can't tell if it's mine or his.
Are you sure?
No. I can't tell if it's my heart racing or his. It's slight though, whatever it is.
You okay back there? Doing okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. The cuff on my hand, it hurts a little.
Okay. You try and scoot your butt forward just a little bit and get your hands a little bit more room.
It appears that there's no one else in the house, save for not one, but two bodies they find in one of the bedrooms. Both are deceased, and it becomes apparent rather quickly that what happened here is much more complicated than a shooting. A variety of weapons are found strewn about the house, and blood snakes its way through the hallway, the living room, bathroom,
this one's
and bedrooms.
okay.
Looks like you shot his dad.
But I really gotta like work it.
With a machete.
Even more disturbing, the juvenile found dead looks to have been the target of a large machete found on the kitchen floor. Outside, deputies prepare to take the surviving boy for questioning.
We're gonna go right this way, pal. Okay?
I
don't know if he's been searched or anything, so.
Of thinner on the outside.
Just face the dial 911 there, spread your feet. Before we put him in, I want to take photos of him. Yep. Just stay there, bud. What's this in your pocket?
Soak into the play and help it.
Keys to what?
Locker at school.
The locker at school?
And my locker to my
You
sister.
said your name's Elvin?
Elvin.
Elvin with an E?
Right there.
Yeah. I want to grab my camera. Go and open your hands for me.
It's this red light.
Sorry, final pick words.
Yeah, there was. Let's go ahead and switch out his cuffs.
You want to go behind the car right there? That'll block us.
Well, I'm going to switch out his cuffs. Just stay where you are. Did I tell you to move?
This one, we gotta take off the gloves.
I didn't tell you to move, though. Okay, I'll tell you to do something before you do it, all right? Elvin, I want you to look at that dial 911. Quit moving around. Stop moving.
Elvin, stop moving.
Do you understand what I mean by stop moving? Okay? Stop moving. Okay, Elvin, we're going to get in the back of this. Okay, go ahead, turn around. Sit, slide in. That's good enough. All right, I'll meet you over there.
The crime scene has piqued the interest of passersby and neighbors, who police start to gather information from.
So, explain to me the circumstances of this being a St. Vincent's home. Is this like a halfway house
I'm the
or?
director.
Okay, so what's going on
This is an emergency shelter for families.
there? Emergency shelter, okay.
Yeah, we just reopened it. He was renting it.
And who's he?
Eldon Samuels.
Okay.
He's the father.
And how many kids did he have in the home?
2.
Okay. Do you know their names?
Yes, Jonathan and Eldon. His one son is autistic.
Which one's that?
Jonathan.
Jonathan's autistic.
The boy now in the back of the police cruiser is Eldon Samuel III. The 2 dead males inside are his father, Eldon Samuel Jr., who we will refer to as Junior, and Eldon's younger brother, Jonathan Samuel. The family moved to Coeur d'Alene from California the summer prior and lived in the emergency shelter home.
Hey, Eldon?
Yeah?
Is anybody in that trailer?
No? Not the...
No?
Probably not.
Your dad was in there earlier. Do you know what he was doing?
No?
No?
No, I don't really think there's anybody in there.
How come the heater's on in there?
The heater's on in there? In the trailer?
Uh-huh.
Someone's probably in it.
All right, stay put until I tell you to step out.
It's such a rush.
What's that?
What's such a rush? How old's your brother? I don't know. He doesn't know. 13, it sounds like, from Wilhelm.
Though Eldon is apparently unsure, his younger brother Jonathan is in fact 13.
All right, just stand right here for a minute. Your last name Samuels? Last name is Samuels?
Yeah. I'm thinking of changing it.
Yeah. What's your middle name?
Gail.
Gail?
Okay.
G-A?
G-A-E. Yeah. What's your name?
Cohen.
Cohen. It's cool, man.
Thanks. How old are you?
14.
Detectives photograph Eldon and take his blood-stained clothes for evidence.
You still doing all right? Yeah, I'm just sitting there. You nervous? Yeah. Why are you nervous? Because the cops are here? No. Okay. We can talk about that all day.
Eldon is questioned about the incident that has just occurred in this never-before-seen interrogation footage. The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a licensed attorney.
I will not buy any more Fimo clay, and I will not buy any more Cernet clay. I'm going to stick with Sculpey. Even though I love these other colors, it's like they're so difficult to work with.
You don't live far from the school, do you?
Like, to condition this clay is extremely hard. How am I going to ever use it? I have to condition tiny little pieces at a time.
The handcuffs, that's right. What did we decide about the handcuffs?
After the detectives make Eldon comfortable, they begin their interview, starting with how he ended up shooting his father.
He says, having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us right now?
At least the Cernet, like, there is no conditioning it. You just gotta mold it.
Do you want to talk? Right, where will it stay? Just right here, we'll just chat right here. No, we're just in the chat. No, we're not going to keep you all night. We'll just chat right now. So this is just, because you have the right to talk to me. Like I said, I have the right to talk to you. So this is just saying, having these rights in mind, do you want to talk to me right now? Right now? Yeah. I'll show much time. It won't take long. 30 minutes to an hour tops is what I imagine. Yeah, I got stuff to do. So, do you want to chat? Sure, okay.
The officer establishes that he and Eldon already know each other. He may have been brought into the interrogation specifically for this reason, as Eldon may feel more comfortable having someone he knows in the room. However, if they have a trusting relationship beforehand, then the suspect may not really understand the adversarial nature of police questioning. You'll notice that the officer he knows is leaned into his personal space, but only while discussing Eldon's rights and his willingness to speak with officers. Invading someone's personal space is a common tactic in police interrogations, as it puts pressure on the other person. In the state of Idaho, police are generally free to interrogate minors without any limitations, beyond constitutional provisions that would equally apply to adults in a similar situation. The minor does not have to have someone present to represent their interests prior to questioning until and unless the minor specifically makes a request for counsel or the presence of a parent or guardian. In that case, an interrogation would have to stop upon the request. However, there are a number of differences for a minor brought into the juvenile system. For example, before a minor may admit to an allegation in court, the presiding judge will have to make a determination as to whether or not the admission is allowed at all.
So do you know why you're in the interview room with us today? Yes. Okay, why is that? You murdered him. Okay, so explain to me what happened. What do you mean by that? My dad, he was on his medication. Okay. He needs to do stupid things. He's done it before. He got mad at me and beat me. Remember?
It's really unfortunate.
But I couldn't. He just beat me. Next time, is that he was just outside. He was shooting guns out there.
Okay, this clay's good.
Thinking there were zombies. Told me to go back inside. This was your dad.
This one's good.
And you told him to go back inside? Okay.
I'm not even going to open this because I can
about
feel
his
it's
dad
good.
shooting at zombies
This
outside.
one is not...
He rubs his forehead and engages
okay.
in more eye blocking, all which are anxiety responses. However, when he gets to the part of the story about being told to go back inside, he makes
hard.
very intense eye contact, which is a shift in his behavior so far.
Maybe I'd be
He
better
may be
off like
watching
trying
the
to
officer's reactions to his
crumble it in
story
the
closely
package
to
so that
see
way
if
it
they're
doesn't go
believing him.
everywhere.
Because he thinks there's a zombie apocalypse. He told me there wasn't. He told me to get out. To get out. He told me to get out. And
He repeats, he told me to get out 3 times, which may be him trying to solidify that part of the story.
so, I didn't know. My dad said, what? He just started walking towards me. He hit me. He hit me and had the gun out. 45. Okay. And he hit me again. And I shot him. So who had the 45? Me. You had it? Where did you get it? It's my dad's. It's your dad's. Where does he keep it? On his couch. He had it out. Okay. Did you usually load it? Yeah. Let's just back up just a little bit, then we'll get some more details. When your dad hit you, as you were arguing, you said he took medications or you did? You said he took medications?
Eldon is drinking a lot of water here, along with sniffing and fidgeting. It's safe to say he is highly anxious. The fight-or-flight response can lead to dry mouth and an engorgement of the nose, which causes itchiness and the need for more oxygen. This would explain the frequent sniffing. All of this is a red flag for markedly heightened anxiety. While he should be a bit anxious and...
I'm over that.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I'm already exhausted at the beginning of this week, not from pregnancy, but from weekend-long negotiations with Andrew Wilson's nameless team, by the way. You don't know ever who you're emailing for this Friday's debate. Will it happen? I certainly hope so. I'm trying to make it happen. But boy, they are not making it easy in the background, like just some straight paranoia coming from his side about possibilities of my team muting them, lowering the volume, stealing the funds, and then canceling the debate. It's all very, very crazy. But the good news is that we have secured a moderator, a good one, and the moderator is already stepping in to moderate to get this debate over the finish line. I'll tell you guys a little bit about that. Not going to name the moderator, though, because they might want to announce it themselves. Also, so you know that crazy handle at No Soup for Knowles? I mean, totally psychotic. It was essentially a Daily Wire superfan account, which most people reasonably assumed was like a 13-year-old teenager, the kind that hangs like NSYNC and Backstreet Boy posters in her bedroom. Well, it actually turns out that she's a 45-year-old drunk who probably needs someone who loves her to take her phone away. I'm going to tell you how that all got discovered this weekend. But first, I have exclusive, never-before-seen photos for you, the 4K HD kind of Tyler Robinson. Kind of make us conspiracy theorists look like we're just really people who have the courage to tell the truth early. You know what they say, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? About 2 weeks. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, so let's actually start this episode with some good old-fashioned humor. I'm going to take you guys back to the early 2000s. Great time. And one of my favorite comedic skits of all time. It was Dane Cook in his prime. The year was 2006, and he dropped his Vicious Cycle special on HBO. I can't believe it's been 20 years since he dropped this special. I made my team watch it a few weeks ago. And anyway, he begins a skit within this Vicious Cycle special, retelling a story from his youth. So I'm just going to play that and let you take a listen just on audio.
I'm not kidding you guys. I wanted to do crimes. I woke up one day, 18 years old, and I say, I had a craving. And I said, you know what I have to do? I have to do a B&E. I said, I'm going to do it. I'm doing a B&E.
Then he goes on and he sort of says, like, if you're thinking this is a bacon and eggs, no, he's talking about doing a breaking and an entering. You should go pursue that. I wish we had made that clip a little bit longer, but it just instantly brought me back to the fun of my youth, egging houses, toilet papering trees. We did it all. And then Dane Cook sort of delivers this truth in the skit about the one person that exists in every teenage friend group. Take a listen to this.
I call Robert up because when you do a B&E, you need an accomplice. And the key is you always need to bring somebody with you who does not want to go. They have to hassle you the whole time and make it difficult to enjoy the B&E.
And then he goes on and sort of starts retelling his character about his friend Robert, who's like, no, don't do it. Don't do crimes. And that's an absolute fact. This is really known as the responsible friend in the group. I'm afraid to tell you guys I was not that friend, but I had that kind of a friend. The person that keeps you in line, and then you peer pressure them occasionally out of the line. Anyway, he continues in his description of this friend, Robert, who doesn't really want to go, but he sort of forces Robert to go on this B&E. And here's how it goes. Take a listen.
Because you always have to park way too far. And then you have to go through backyards, right? You have to go, you have to hop over, fences and It's part of the fun, right? And you always have to get caught on that one chain link fence where you're like, dude, this is my favorite shirt. Well, you shouldn't be wearing your favorite shirt on a B&E. Wear your second favorite shirt. You dunce. I turn back to Robert. I go, you ready? You ready to do it? And he goes, wait. Dude, I hear a car. And I said, yeah, the world is full of them. You're going to hear a lot of them for the rest of your life. If you hear a humpback whale, that's weird. Tell me that.
I don't know what happened to Dane Cook. He kind of fell off.
And onward it goes. Him and his friend Robert going to commit a breaking and entering. It's a brilliant skit. We're not going to play the entire thing, but if you have not heard it, please go pursue it in its entirety because it's brilliant and it's hilarious.
He didn't
and
really
it will
tell
remind
jokes.
you of your youth. And no, it doesn't go where you think it's going to go. However, I'm not going to spoil that for you. The reason I am bringing this up today is because of that particular portion regarding the chain link fence. It just suddenly dawned on me this weekend. The sheer stupidity, the ever-increasing stupidity of the Tyler Robinson narrative, that we are to believe that this uber-intelligent kid, remember, Tyler Robinson had above a 4.0 GPA, and we are to believe also that he wanted to get away with this crime. That's expressed to his furry lover via text. Remember, he allegedly wrote this in the confession messages to Lance. He wrote, quote, "To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age." There goes the suicide narrative. So yeah, we're told he wanted to get away with it, to live out his old age with this secret. And yet, when he went to campus that day, he chose to wear his favorite shirt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you dunce, you don't do that. You don't wear your favorite shirt to commit a crime. I suddenly realized how quickly, if you remember, the media intentionally kept showing us Tyler in maroon shirts over the years. In fact, the very first picture that was presented by the media, the very first picture that went viral when his name was revealed to the public, the photo that was virtually used by every news station globally, was this one, taken from his mother's Facebook. I'm going to show you that. Remember this, right? Oh, yeah. The idea that was being immediately seeded into our minds, seeded to the public before we knew any details, was that, hey, Tyler Robinson wears maroon shirts. He loves maroon shirts, like a lot. In fact, it was almost as if he only wore maroon shirts. It was like revisit that in your mind. They even handpicked other photos to show and share with the world how much he repeatedly was in maroon, even from the time he was young. I'm going to show you some photos that were presented in the media. If you Google Tyler Robinson in the media on that day, you will see these photos that they pulled from his mother's Facebook, even going back from when he was younger, photos of him, and like, oh gosh, wow, this kid must just love maroon shirts. It's his favorite shirt. That was intentional. That was intentional because I actually had gone through his mother's Facebook at the time, and there were plenty of other photos of Tyler Robinson to choose from, many of them much more recent than the one that they were showing, of him wearing shirts of all different color varieties, blue shirts, white shirts, green shirts. Here are just a few. I'm going to show you Tyler Robinson wearing, you can just keep going through these. This is shirts that were available that the media did not choose that day. They just wanted you to ingrain in your mind that Tyler Robinson, actually, when I looked through everything, I went back and reflected, we had a screen record, I would have assumed actually blue was his favorite color on the basis of the photos that I saw of Tyler Robinson. So I reflected on that intention. It reminds me of sort of the same psychological operation of them immediately trying to remind us of how much Charlie loved Israel. It's weird. They just like instantly Charlie's hugging the Israel flag. Charlie, she's Shabbat Shalom, and Charlie loved Israel. That's a psychological operation. And I want to be clear, the maroon one worked. They knew that we would naturally draw conclusions because if your brain is trying to work through things, right? But now, reflecting on that, if you believe as I do that Tyler Robinson is in fact a patsy, and of course the outfit that the person they were going to tell us was Tyler Robinson, caught on neighborhood cameras, caught on blurry stairwells of him walking down the parking garage. The outfit was pre-selected. They selected a maroon shirt, if that is the alternative narrative. So they knew to message to everyone immediately, Tyler loves maroon, Tyler loves maroon. Oh, and look, here he is in a maroon shirt walking down the street and walking down a stairwell. So your brain goes, I'm going to fill in that gap. Obviously, it must be Tyler Robinson. I'm getting the truth. You see, the only problem is the person that is walking around in that maroon shirt, I'm pretty sure, is left-handed, right? We showed you that last week that what they didn't show you in that blurry images of him coming down the stairs is that he's actually putting his phone in his left hand. And today we have more exclusive stills from the 4K undeniable footage that was shown in the courtroom to influencers, eventually shown to influencers, to prove that. The first thing I'm going to show you from that parking garage is what this person looks like, because if it was less compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this. Oh. And I want to be clear, we did not edit these in any way, okay? This is no editing. We're not making it, it's not compressed. This is Tyler Robinson? Second thing I'm going to show you is, again, he appears to be left-handed, okay? My government source says that he takes his phone out of his left pocket and then puts an earpiece into his left ear. Oh. Okay. That government source feels confident that this person is left-handed. Wow, what a silly mistake, right?
I listen to the Bible.
Just forget that everyone's got to be right-handed. Oops. That's a big uh-oh, actually. It might require you to intentionally degrade and blur footage when you go, ooh, that's not the right hand. And I know last week we showed you that in every instance that we find Lance Twiggs, he appears to be left-handed, left-dominant, pumping gas, snowboarding, falling while snowboarding, playing the piano where he's putting his watch. And now we can show you this picture of him eating. Oh, with his left hand. So that's that's kind of interesting there. It would suggest heavily that Lance is left-hand dominant. Maybe he's ambidextrous, I don't know. But I've seen enough photos now to go, yeah, I think he's left-handed. I do. Another thing that I would like to point out is that this individual that we are showing you in more clarified images, and we are doing this just to be clear on behalf of Turning Point USA, who has been demanding transparency. We just wanted to rise to the occasion. But what also becomes clear is that he seems to be wearing, and this is a big one, high white socks of some description. Take a look. Oh. And I'll tell you, that is not the sun. It is like what looks to be, and I don't know if it's looking as clear on your screen, got tanned arms and like you're either albino in September and this is the first time you've ever in your life, look, this is a better, because you can see now he's out of the sun. Just take a look at that. It looks to us like sports leggings, like soccer socks pulled up. What does that, or albino in September, just put on a pair of shorts for the first day. And when I use my mind and I go, why would someone wear like what looks like stockings on this day? It makes me think, does somebody have a tattoo? That's what, if I was supposed to be looking like Tyler Robinson didn't have a tattoo, I might wear high socks. That's what I would do. Just another thing that I would maybe explore. Or, I'm sure, since Tyler Robinson is in custody, they must have photos from that day, and they're going to show that he had super tanned arms and albino white legs. Right? And lastly, what I would like to show you in these exclusive photos, that it appears to me, certainly to Ashley, certainly to girls who have tried to hide their hair in hats, that this individual is wearing his hat slightly above his head, as if he's trying to accommodate a ponytail. It's a girl thing. Take a look. Oh, yeah, that hat is actually above his glasses. We could say that definitively. What's under there? Why would you wear your hat like that? You're going to commit a crime. You see, in the other staircase stuff, they show him looking down, so we assume it's low, but it's not. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm doing this for transparency. I gotta tell you, it never really made sense to me that the story of Tyler Robinson changing just his shorts. That was the story, right? And I just want to make sure that we reflect so you can really understand where we are at in terms of the Tyler Robinson narrative, okay? As it currently stands, they want us to believe that Tyler Robinson slept at home and then woke himself up before 4 a.m. on September 10th of 2025 because he had to leave his house in St. George before 4 a.m. to make it up to campus when they then catch him on walking by the neighbor's house at 8:07 a.m. That's
quiet
that TMZ
man.
release
How are
footage.
you?
8:07 a.m. I want you to picture him waking up, putting on his favorite maroon shirt with some gray shorts. He then makes the 4-hour drive from St. George to the campus, gets out of his car, pulls into the garage, gets back in his car, pulls into the garage, finds the surveillance cameras in the garage, en route to go approach a Turning Point employee. It's like, I'm gonna wear my favorite shirt to approach a Turning Point employee because I intend to kill their boss. I don't know how that conversation went. I can't wait to hear her testify. He said apparently, hey, is this where the Charlie Kirk event is going to be? And she probably was like, yeah, it is. And he was probably like, I've never spoken about Charlie Kirk before. Hey, do you like my shirt? It's my favorite shirt. Maybe that's how it went. He then went, this is according to the police, to Chick-fil-A on campus. We haven't seen any footage from that yet. We haven't been told much about that. My assumption is he had a meal before he decided that it was time to do crime. He then drives off campus, parks, changes his outfit, puts on a long sleeve black shirt, puts on blue jeans, and he says to himself, before we do crime, we do Wordle. That's a fact. At 11:28, he sent his Wordle score to his friend. The word of the day was pouty, in case you're wondering. Once he sent that score to his friend, he said, no, now it's time. Then he shoves a broken down German 98 Mauser into his pants, and he starts limping back onto campus with a new hat, a new backpack, and we all know what happens next. He then jumps off of the building after killing Charlie Kirk, lands onto solid ground, like he had been practicing that maneuver, and what we know for certain is that he then changes back into his maroon shirt, but he leaves the jeans on. He's then spotted at Dairy Queen. He really loves that shirt. And after that change, after committing that, he again goes back to that moon after the Dairy Queen, orders a meal because he ate, right? We know that he eats there. You can see that in the photo. And also, like, who amongst us has not worked up an appetite after playing Spider-Man on a rooftop? That's understandable. He then departs Orem and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch, to the Cowboy Steakhouse, where he seats himself at the bar and he orders a steak combo with a soft drink. I want to emphasize that. No alcohol, presumably because he doesn't want to drive irresponsibly and, you know, risking getting a DUI. Probably doesn't want to hurt anybody. So after that steak, he drives back up to Orem. I mean, whew, long drive. Another 3 hours, this time because he wants to retrieve his rifle during what is the largest federal manhunt of my lifetime and probably every single person who's listening to this podcast's lifetime. But Tyler's feeling lucky because he's wearing his maroon shirt. It's his favorite shirt. He returns to the scene of the crime, and if I am understanding now, I wrongly assumed that he had been pulled over, but actually we are re-listening to Agent Hull's testimony, and his testimony is best listened to on audio because they're showing you images and you're filling in blanks in your brain, but that's not what they're actually saying. They're telling you that actually, if you listen to it, I think what they're saying is Tyler stopped his car to ask the police officer a question. So he commits a murder, drives for 3 hours, and is feeling confident enough to actually ask the police officer a question. Listen to what Agent Hull says. Don't watch. Listen to how he describes it.
Now what do we see?
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
When that vehicle stopped, it actually made contact with an officer that was doing security detail. That sounds to me like Tyler stopped his vehicle and he made contact with the security detail. That's got some bravado, gotta say. We've not seen any footage from that. I'm hoping the security guard or officer's body cam didn't mysteriously crash out and die or develop amnesia. Anyway, back to Tyler. Because I want to point out that he's been awake for a long time now. At some point, he gives up and he says, I'm not going to retrieve my rifle. And he decides to drive the 4 hours back to his apartment in St. George. The earliest he got back home was 5 a.m. That's just based on his text messages to Lance and when he was captured on other doorbell footage. So we can make a safe estimate that he left Orem around 1:35 a.m. and then he drives back to St. George and arrives earliest at 5 a.m. I'm just wondering if anybody tested Tyler Robinson for cocaine or meth. Because according to this breakdown, he's been awake for 25 hours straight, during which he has driven an approximate 13 hours and 20 minutes. 13 hours and 20 minutes of driving, up for 25 hours. Now, for clarity, in 13 hours and 20 minutes, you can drive from New Orleans, Louisiana to Chicago in that time frame. You could drive from Atlanta, Georgia to New York City in that time frame. Tyler Robinson? No, he's just driving about. He decided he just was gonna go around Utah after committing his first assassination. And if you're thinking, okay, 25 hours is long, he probably then went to sleep, you'd be wrong. You'd be very wrong. If you're thinking, well, he must have at least, when he finally got home, showered and changed his shirt, you'd be forgetting that this is his favorite one. What happens, according to the narrative, is he stays home for an hour before he heads back out again, this time driving about an hour away to Cedar City, because that's where he's captured on gas station footage filling up his tank. And we don't actually have an answer for why he went to get gas that far away. But apparently this young man just loves to drive. So why get gas local when you can get gas an hour away? And then we know he will drive back home. This is according to Lance's testimony. Lance will testify that he sees him when he wakes up. They're face to face in their apartment. Still hasn't changed his shirt, I don't think. No, he doesn't, because we know he's going to be wearing that when he gets arrested. And we're just supposed to accept it. I don't know, guys. I think that one day many books will be written regarding the stupidity, the sheer stupidity of the Fed slop. Because we're going to win. We're winning already. They're coming apart. Everybody's coming apart. They can't make this fit. The feds don't even want to address or answer or respond to him being in Dairy Queen or at the steakhouse. They're leaving out all sorts of things. These testimonies are weak. Yeah, one day we're going to reflect and truth is going to win. And I'm probably gonna write a book entitled "I Went All the Way to Orem to Commit an Assassination and All I Got Was a Maroon T-shirt?" ? Because that's what this feels like. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say this before we go to break. If you are going to commit a capital offense, please remember to wear your second favorite shirt. Okay? We'll be right back after a brief break to discuss something we discovered about George Zinn. All right, you guys, let's talk about how expensive everything has gotten. It's bad enough that grabbing a burrito and a drink for lunch can cost in about a name. I remind you guys about Tax Network USA, because I know a lot of people could issue one 1651, or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. Okay, so I have to put out this APB and to see if any of you guys recognize this. One of the many people who have helped me research on this, there is a young woman who reached out to me and said, hey, you need to check this out with George Zinn. Like, what's that falling out of his pants? Anyway, I'm going to first show you the video of George Zinn's arrest. We haven't covered him much. He's decoy boy number one. Obviously, he said, I did it, came down. We don't really know why he said that. And these are the best kinds of people actually to bring into a federal operation, because we wrongly just dismiss them as crazy and we sort of move on. And I'm guilty of this with George Zinn. I probably should have prodded a bit more, paid more attention to his arrest. But sure enough, I want you to take a look at, I don't want to say like his pants are down, take a look at what's happening between his legs, but it makes more sense when we show you this video that he just has some stuff that is falling that seems to have come perhaps maybe from his lower ankle. Take a look at this. And if you are listening to this on audio, you can see his pants are down. He does have boxers on. And it just seems like whatever it is clearly attached to him, whether it's attached to his belt, and it looks like it's coming from his ankle because he is walking. But then she discovered that in the high-res photos, it appears that George Zinn has some sort of a device that's fallen. And somebody may recognize this. It may really be nothing. I'm not familiar with it, but that's what the close-up of it is. And as you can see, it looks like the only way I could describe it would be like a walkie-talkie meets an iPhone. It's a thicker device. Again, this could be something I'm not familiar with. This could very easily be like, oh, people who are hard on hearing have this device. Here's what it is. I immediately was like, it looks like a satellite phone because of the thickness of it, but I could be wrong. We're looking to just identify that device. If you guys want to pull that up one more time so people can see that, yes, you can send us an email to moretips@CandaceOwens.com. We just don't know what it is, and we'd like to identify it just to, always investigate every single element of this case. Anyway, so last week we told you about this group chat of 92 individuals who have been obsessively, thankfully one of them who I had a very nice conversation with actually, and explained to me, yes, I participated in this, and actually just wanted to say sorry and said like I was, healing, had nothing to do. And I then realized that this group had become very toxic, and what started as something that seemed nice, it was called Protect Erica Kirk, and seemed like people were just kind of sharing things to sort of debunk things that I was saying, fine. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to watch the show and debunk. Then became very toxic. They started speaking about wanting to know where I lived, trying to figure out whether me and my husband had divorced. A lot of like what we saw Laura Loomer posting for a while, wanting to know more about my kids and sharing information that is just unbelievably bonkers. I can't believe they legitimately thought that we were purchasing a house for our 8 nannies. Just want to say that. Protecting Mrs. Kirk, etc., spelled ECT. I love that abbreviation there, ECT. And they then it was getting toxic. And by the way, as you know, we put somebody in prison last year who was a part of it was like a Jewish group chat. It was only 26 members, and the same thing happened. Somebody in the group got radicalized because for some people, they're sharing information, they think it's fun, they're healing, and then there are people in the group that are mentally unstable and it becomes their life. And this guy then started plotting my assassination because he got a little too fired up, and the FBI got involved. He got arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Chaim Braverman, and he is in prison. You can look that up. The media did not want to cover it, but we did put a would-be Jewish terrorist in prison. Now we discovered that a Jewish woman put together this group, and she has been very involved on pro-Israel causes long before Charlie was assassinated. And there are 92 members, and they are looking for now personal information, which is why this woman excused herself from the group and said, seems to me to be getting dangerous. And so we will be filing something, and we had found out more information about other group members. But at the same time, one of the group members got exposed this weekend. And I gotta tell you, the backstory of this is just pointedly hilarious. So I used to work at the Daily Wire, obviously didn't end well, and they had a very bizarre super fan community, meaning it was just kind of weird that anybody would dedicate this much time to podcasters. And it turned out that the then CEO flew these people out to the Daily Wire to meet these super fans, and then obviously that made them even crazier. I always assumed that these were young women because it gave me Taylor Swift's fan club, and why I always critique her when she's dealing with these prepubescent teens that will literally kill for her. And she says something like, "I didn't get my master's." She has to be careful with that because these people's brains aren't developed. So my assumption was that this account, No Soup for Knowles, was a young person who got obsessed and then got more obsessed because they're using an avatar that looks like this, and got more obsessed with the Daily Wire. They started attacking me with this Britta is her name, started attacking me with the Crisis King stuff because she was a Daily Wire superfan. And obviously I knew that their PR agent and Jeremy Boring were working through her because Jeremy Boring likes to find these sorts of people who will jump in front of him and do whatever for him and kind of stroke this nobody on the cheek. I can't with that left ear. I can't with that right ear, man. It's driving me crazy. The face look is driving me crazy. So anyway, this Britta is her name, and my assumption was she was young. What ended up happening was she gets revealed as this Britta Widener, who is, and mind you, she's been going after my family, my husband. She was part of people perpetuating the lies about my husband. Okay, remember back in April? She was a part of that group. She's in this group of 92 people. And she gets exposed as Britta Widener, who got a DUI last year. It is a tragic DUI photo, okay? And I'm just looking at this going, I can't believe this woman is almost 45 years old. 45 years old. Catwoman, childless, exactly what you would expect, the prototype of this. But I want you to understand that, this woman is, she's not well, okay? So this account that counts up tweets of how many tweets someone says, I think I showed you a couple of weeks ago that Laura Loomer sent 1,800 tweets about me. And we were that is crazy. This woman, No Soup for Knowles, Britta Widener, makes Laura Loomer look stable. That's saying a lot. She makes Laura Loomer look stable. He counted up not her tweets over a year, okay? Her tweets over 11 months since Charlie Kirk's assassination about me. This woman, this 45-year-old Catwoman, sent 4,040 tweets about me since Charlie Kirk's death. That's in addition to her being in a group where she tweets, where she talks about me all day, trying to figure out where I live, talking about my husband. Do you understand that this is the exact kind of person that genuinely probably needs someone who loves her to take her phone away because she's growing? That's radicalism. That's 4,040 tweets. So I said, how many tweets? Their group is called Protect Erica Kirk. How many tweets have I sent about Erica Kirk since Charlie's assassination? And the answer from this same guy is in comparison, I have sent 104 tweets about Erica Kirk. 4,040 versus 104 tweets about a person who took over Charlie Kirk's company. That is just to demonstrate to you, this is what is going on in the background. And I do believe, like the person who left this group,
What an asshole
she just
I
said
am.
that she thinks someone's going to get hurt. She's like, these people are unwell. It's all they think about all day. They're sharing your kitchen. They're trying to learn about your nannies, all that. Like, why are you sharing my kitchen in a group chat? So sharing this story, what ended up happening was people who know other people in the group began emailing our tips line. And what we are discovering about the profiles of the people in this group, this is a beginning of the story. Like, Britta Widener probably should check into rehab and stop letting homosexual men direct her actions. But there's a lot more here. We just learned about a conservative corporation, who have top people at the company that are involved in this group chat. And so this will be a beginning, not an end. So we're going to keep an eye on this Protecting Mrs. Erica Kirk group chat. It's getting, and of course, like, Paramount Not So Tactical is virtually the only male that's in that group, which is hilarious. Anyway, also want to give you guys an update really quickly on the Andrew Wilson stuff. I mean, I kind of gave you the update at top of show. We are trying to figure this out, is all I can say. I have had no new demands since the public negotiation that he insisted on. He has had a lot of different, let's do this, let's do that, whoever his team is, you never know who you're emailing. Really, most of it, I think, just based in paranoia. I don't understand why. I don't know. Like, do you really think I'm the type of person that would, like, embezzle funds from you and then be like, haha, I'm not going to give you the money and I would rather just go to prison for embezzlement? Like, no, not really reasonable. No, my team is not going to be cutting mics or doing anything crazy. I could have done this just one-on-one. The whole point of us having a moderator is to concede that moderation to somebody. So effectively, I will be in the studio, but I will not be in control. The person who has stepped up to moderate, which I think we've got to get it over the finish line, and this person is trying to help. It was Andrew's pick, second pick. Michael Knowles declined to do it respectfully, as I knew he would. And this is Andrew Wilson's second pick, and I'm very grateful to the person for doing it. But it has been quite the experience trying to get this over the finish. I mean, right away, we're left with me just being like, you can't smoke cigarettes in my home. And his wife seems unwell. She came apart at the idea of him not being able to smoke cigarettes. Just respectfully, I really don't care what you call me. She instantly, while he was trying to negotiate a clause that says he automatically wins if there's any ad hominem attacks, his wife, who seems to jump into all of his debates, was trying to be like, this is ridiculous. Why can't he smoke cigarettes in your studio? And she said, no smoking, typical woman nonsense. I'm surprised she hasn't Me Too'd anyone. Like, what? What is the logical leap there? I'm going to Me Too a man because I'm not going to let, like, your husband chain smoke cigarettes? Like, do you have any respect for yourself? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know. And then she wrote again. I mean, she was going crazy about these cigarettes. She wrote this. Yeah. Who clutches their pearls about smoking? Zoomer soy boys, maybe. Or the type of
smoking is deadly. It's disgusting. It's a nasty freaking habit. And you should not want your husband to smoke, considering that he's your third baby daddy. And if something happens to him, well, you'll be working on a fourth. That was mean. I shouldn't have did that. That was very mean. But I don't like this. I don't like, because I liked Andrew Wilson, and I liked his wife, and I was curious what his wife was going to do in this situation, because she always gets involved in his stuff, which, cool, whatever, like, stand by your man. But, like, now Candace is a feminist. Stop it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That was really mean. But I shouldn't have said that. That's it. I shouldn't have said that. That was very mean. I don't wish anything bad to happen to Andrew Wilson's wife. I forget her name at this current time.
man who reports everything to HR. Like, I don't even know what this is. It's so trashy, I can't comprehend it. And I'm a person, I have family members that have lived for short periods of times in trailer parks that I've slept in when I was younger. Kind of nice, by the way. They get the nice little trailer park settings. I've never seen this. I've never seen this level of low class. No, I was like, okay, I guess I'm a Zoomer Me Tooer, because your husband can't chain smoke in front of me. She just kept going and going. Then she was like showing photos of me pregnant while I was doing backstage the Daily Wire. Yeah, just so we're clear, it's not a tiny little studio. It's an entire warehouse. Like, that smoke is not baking anything. And it's also a cigar. Cigarettes, to me, like, you can smoke them. The idea of smoking inside of a house, to me, is just gross. I'm sorry, it's just gross. This stuff stains the walls, it smells. It's just not what I want to do. And by the way, just to be clear, Andrew was not protesting that. I think he understood that couldn't happen, and he's been a part of debates where you can't smoke, but this woman came undone and was just calling me names and couldn't believe that I said her husband couldn't smoke in my home. Like, try having some respect for yourself. He can't smoke in my home. And then someone pointed out to me that this is like a routine thing where she just jumps into his debates, but his brand is like manosphere and patriarchy and like putting these like girls, only fan girls, in their place and telling them about how they shouldn't be living this life. And yet his wife is way out of pocket. And when that girl that we showed you, Charlie, debated him and was about to raise a valid point about, if you're going to be lecturing about this lifestyle, do you embody this lifestyle in your own personal life? And he sort of crashed out. What happened after that was his wife called in and started debating her. Like, literally, he then went out for a cigarette break and she called in. I can't even think of this. Like, this person is not in the manosphere. Like, he has a wife who is a full-blown modern feminist. It's incredible. You got to watch this clip of his wife on
Rachel.
Her
Her name is
taking
Rachel.
over the debate for him.
Rachel seems to indicate she'd like to do a call-in with your permission.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go have a smoke.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, no. He talked a bunch of Now it's your turn.
I think it would be fair. You did invoke. You did invoke Rachel.
I mean, sure.
So Rachel, Andrew gave the green light there. It'll take us a few minutes to get going.
Bring
Guys,
your wife to fight me. And
stay tuned. Rachel Wilson is in the building spiritually.
You said that I was promiscuous, so what promiscuous means I've slept with a lot of people, right?
I would say that I think that having children with multiple men is, I think that is more significant than.
Okay, well, I think it would be if, and I know why people assume this. I do understand why people assume it. They're just wrong in their assumptions. It would be wrong if I had been sleeping with lots of people, if I had been carelessly getting pregnant with random people. That's not the case. I've spent my entire adult life only in 3 long-term committed relationships, one of which is a, almost 20-year relationship with Andrew. Now we're like 18 years in. We've been married since 2012. Prior to that, I was married for 4 years, as Andrew had to unfortunately explain. That ended not even because I left, but because he beat the crap out of me and was being pursued by the law and left the state, and so it was like abandonment. The first one was my high school boyfriend, who I knew my whole life, who I've lived for 5 years. We had 2 children. He had his own personal problems, and that did not work out. So I understand why people make the assumption, but the truth is I'm not promiscuous. I have an extremely low body count. I've never had one-night stands. I've never cheated on anyone. I've never just carelessly or casually had sex ever. So I've only ever been with men that
But you have 3 baby dads.
Felt certain I was going to be with forever and have a family with.
But you will have 3
Maybe
baby
you
dads.
should have nursed on the first 2. I did get nursed on the first 2, I will admit. But
I did wonder, hang on, Rachel, I did wonder one thing. If she
But again,
had slept with
you
3
have-
men,
you have
but
3
had
baby
aborted
dads.
all of the children, would she still be promiscuous?
You have 3 baby
She would have lived
dads.
her life.
That's.
It would have been better for her.
If she had only slept with 3 men,
And
but
your husband
aborted her
talks shit
children,
to women
would
on the
she- hang
internet.
hang on, Rachel, stop for a second. Would it be the case?
For their life
Was that too
decisions.
abusive? Shut up, Rachel. Was that too abusive, Charlie?
Telling your wife to shut up is real manly, by the way.
I don't know, man. All I'm saying is I'm excited for Friday. 'Cause we're
I'm
not gonna be
excited.
phone friends, but the wife is a thing. It's a thing.
I'm excited that she's actually going to do this debate with Andrew Wilson.
He tells her to shut up, which I would, when he says that abusive, yeah, my husband does not tell me to shut up, and I do not tell my husband to shut up. Just to be clear, I would never allow that in a relationship at all. Like, just it seems crazy to me to say to your wife, disrespectful, especially when you're on live TV.
It's disrespectful in front of the world to say shut up to your wife.
I suggested she should shut up. So, like, maybe it's an extenuating circumstance when she just kept tweeting about
maybe
the
you
cigarettes.
say,
like,
quiet,
your husband
honey.
Can't smoke in front of me. I don't know what to say.
Pump your brakes,
he's not allowed
sweetie.
to
I got it.
Smoke cigarettes in front of me, and he's not complaining about that. So why are you online?
Because she has nothing else to complain about, Candace. She just wants to be involved.
Trying to pretend
She's
that I'm
such a
hypocrite.
pick
No one has ever, in my entire life, to be clear, in my entire life, smoked cigarettes in a home that I've lived in. Just, it's my home. So it's a strong no. And he did not try to negotiate being able to smoke cigarettes, but it's just incredible to see the kind of people that Turning Point USA is affiliating with or bringing in to teach debate tactics is my broader point. I'm amazed. I really didn't know who this guy was. I knew nothing about this guy until he went on Joe Rogan, and then we started looking in and trying to figure out stuff about him. And the more I find, I am just amazed that this is Turning Point's horse. Like, we brought him in and paid him to teach our students to debate. So when I say to you guys, it's a very good idea if you're a parent not to allow your children to get involved with Turning Point USA because of the characters that are around. Victor Marx, this is the person who's going to be training people to debate and being paid to do that. Like, this is what I'm talking about. They're no longer the organization that had the image that Charlie wanted. Charlie was the exact opposite of this. Always respectful in his debates, no matter how fired up they got. It was one of his rules. He would never denigrate. He's not tagging people in to defend him. Certainly not the kind of person that would ever tell his wife to shut up. And he lives his life honorably. Okay, he would not be having his wife scream about smoking cigarettes. I mean, it's just the whole thing has gotten very bizarre with Turning Point USA, and yet they're doing this under the banner of, like, that they've never been holier. I don't understand the hypocrisy. It's crazy. Anyway, we will take a quick break, and we'll be right back to answer some of your comments. All right, you guys, way before the food industry failed us and started making low-quality foods and hiding behind nutrition labels, one thing was always true. Organic fruits and vegetables are the superfoods that your body needs. Fast food tastes great for like 20 seconds, but the junk and inflammation that follow is trashing your system. It keeps you tired and weak. That's why you need to check out fieldofgreens.com. Field of Greens is 100% organic fruits and vegetables that are dehydrated and ground into a fine powder. Every ingredient was selected to support critical functions throughout your body. It is the easiest health upward during all of your men. And they all wanted to, like, be Charlie and couldn't stop talking and said way too much. They probably all should have said nothing, from Frank Turek to Brian Hart. They should be an insane reactor. Last episode, .net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Okay, let's get into some of your comments. First off, top comments from last episode. It was from Manny Petty, who wrote, "In my opinion, Mikey McCoy is the one and only piece of evidence that I needed. His very best friend gets shot, and within 2 seconds before even figuring out what had happened, he's on the phone and turned around walking away. Doesn't even flinch or looked shocked. A human brain doesn't even have time to process anything that quickly. Has anyone explained that insane reaction yet?" Yeah, they did, and they are on record lying about what happened there. You know, initially, like I said, they told us that he instantly called Erica. Then we learned that he didn't call Erica. He actually called his wife. Then there was like all of these three-way calls, and this call with Erica, in my opinion, was way too short. And then he's like on the phone with Danny Phillip for 10 minutes, but they should be together. But now we're thinking actually they went into 2 different cars to the hospital. It's all weird, and it's all going to get exposed. And it's good to have them on record with their stories about what they did. It's great that all of them really kind of secretly wanted to be celebrities and just couldn't stop talking. They all wanted to like be Charlie and couldn't stop talking and said way too much. They probably all should have said nothing, from Frank Turek to Brian Harpole to Erica. Everyone should have just laid low, and they didn't, because I don't know. They just were all too full of themselves or sure of themselves. I don't know. Ellie writes, "The difference between Candace's message of 'I want these people to live and to be faced with consequences of what they did' and Frank's message of, quote, 'she should be killed for what she said' is incredibly telling." Yeah, there's something very dark about their constant usage of the Bible, like, and biblical proverbs to somehow essentially, and I think this is their perspective of themselves, that like whatever we do, it's holy and it's fine as long as we know our biblical proverbs backward and forward. And people are seeing through that. There is cracks right now. There are pastors that are complaining, saying that, oh, like, you know, our church members are just getting caught in the cult of Candace. What are you talking about? You guys have never been more obvious. The grift has never been more obvious to like wear ripped jeans and wear clothes and call yourself a pastor and strum a guitar and then tell people that they have to worship Israel. That's not my fault. And there's much that I want to say about that article that NBC did. I'm going to save it for tomorrow, which really is quite shocking that Blake Neff is sharing what they're saying, because they're effectively saying, like, the current conservatives would have been united after being fractured over Epstein. If only it wasn't for Candace. Charlie's death would have united them, and they would have forgotten about Jeffrey Epstein if only it wasn't for Candace. Like, do you guys hear yourselves? And the answer is no. It's just borderline sociopathic narcissism. They cannot see and hear how the public is perceiving everything that they are doing. And they just keep saying more and sharing more. And they're convinced that these pieces are going to work, or these deep dives are going to work, or these, like, you know, low budget celebrities are going to work if they bring them in and everyone's trying to be cool or something. I don't get it. People just want the truth. And I do think that spiritually, like, we're just kind of more in tune right now. And like I said, the reason why I'm positive every day and happy every day is because the truth is inevitable. It always wins. And I know that I'm on the side of truth. And like I said, I'm in a different place right now.
Word.
With the assassination, with the Charlie being gone, where I have moved from that initial trauma and feeling haunted by it to feeling like he's just like fighting alongside. And I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's just how I feel. Man, add it to my pile of dreams or something. I feel like Charlie's really with us, and we're going to see this thing to the end. Like he tweeted back in 2018, I won't be here, but you see this thing to the end. That's what we're doing. We're seeing it to the end. I want to remind you guys, if you would like to support the show, you can get merch available at CandaceOwens.com. By the way, I do want to shout out the Stop Anti-Candacism account. I love it. I am seeing your tweets of saying that you are reporting this or reporting that. It's very funny. It's a parody account. There should be a real Stop Candace Anti-Candacism 501c3, and we're going to do exactly what the ADL did, just be bigger. And yeah, you guys can buy the mug. It's the easiest way to support us is to just buy some kit on the website. The fact that I'm saying kit is so British. Just honestly, it's just incredible being married to a Bray and realizing what words you just suddenly say. But yeah, that's the best way to support us. And now we'll get to a couple of your comments from today's episode. Brooke wrote, my main and my truth, glad to be back early, upset that I missed the lives last week, but catching up had me dying over the weirdo that was smoking at every social event to prove he's a badass. Pardon my language. So embarrassing. TPUSA is really pushing it. Christ is king. I totally agree that it's weird. It's just getting weird. And that's why I want to address this. By the way, people that are like, this is beneath you. Actually, no, this person has stated on record over and over again that people and their conspiracy theorists are scared to have a debate, or has, suggested that we're not in this for the right reasons. And he has also peddled the talking point that the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. And I'm just confident taking that debate. And I think even though Turning Point is declining to acknowledge that that's their horse, Blake Neff instantly said, if you want to, I would love to throw money towards you debating Candace. So we're going to take that as he is co-signed by Turning Point USA. That's all we needed. We need you guys to acknowledge and say you'd throw money toward it, whatever. You guys are already paying him to debate. We don't really need it formalized in paper. We know that they always are. They're cowards. They're never going to do that. They're never going to acknowledge that they are empowering all of these influencers and psychopaths, in my view, my opinion, people like Britta who are just unwell. That's what they're left with. They have to find people who are unwell, don't have any purpose in their life, and will just commit to 4,040 tweets in the span of 11 months. Patricia Pelly writes, you are my hero. Each day I race home to watch. You're without a doubt one of the smartest people on the planet. Definitely not. I do work hard, though. Thank you for all of your hard work. Love you to bits. Keep going, Max. I will always outwork my opponents, and that's what I can offer. Impolder writes, in the photo of Tyler Robinson in what appears to be his dorm room, wearing a hat, maroon shirt, and jeans, there appears to be an outline in his right pocket, further supporting the idea that he carries his phone in his right pocket. Oh, he is right-handed. There is no question. It's actually in the documents that he is right-handed. If you go look in the court thing, he's taking notes with his right hand. The person, I believe, that was coming down these steps and doing all this made a mistake because you can't rewire your brain for a morning. And with all of the evidence of Lance and his fingerprints everywhere where they say Tyler's is, it doesn't make sense to me that he would suddenly get federal immunity even for a short period of time. So I'm looking forward to, like I said, this court case going through and us being able to see Lance on the stand and hearing the full story of what happened. Lady Di writes, please do not allow his wife to be part of his 3 to come to your home. I am throwing in no boundaries. I just want to get this over the finish line. I think his wife is toxic and quite obnoxious, but I am not going to be putting up any boundaries at all. Would I want her here? No. But if she's crying over cigarettes not being here, imagine what she would do if I said you can't be here. What am I going to do? Strata writes, they're all terrified. Every single TPUSA clown who keeps showing up, from the fake pastors to wannabe influencers, all look 10 years older. I agree with that. Only Candace gets more and more beautiful. That's very sweet of you. Truth is beautiful. I do believe lies make you sick. Actually, there's a clip of Charlie saying that too. Like they sort of rot inside of you. And maybe I even got that from him. And you can start to physically see it manifest on people's faces, the upset, the anger. Remember that like random week where it seemed like somebody took over Andrew Colvette's phone and was tweeting on his behalf? Yeah, that was like, he's just seemed to be crashing out and just kind of lost all appearances. And yeah, I think it's because they told a lot of lies and they have attacked all the wrong people, the people that they should be teaming up with. I wonder why they're not teaming up with us. I wonder if we'll find out. I think we will. I think that's all the comments. This person made a joke. I see your comment, but I'm not going to read it, True Detective, because I know you are. He writes, I am the great Cole Polio. It is from Beavis and Butthead. And then the second part is just a little not PG-13, which we try to keep this show, but I know where you're going with. It's just an expression from Beavis and Butthead. And thank you very much for that donation. All right, that is all, you guys. I'm going to hop off. We will see you guys tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 p.m. I'm gonna get off of here. I hope that you guys have a great evening, day, week, month, year. I'll see you when I see you.